Just get turned down by a one more time.
Walking pass. I just went up to him and said, would you do the Schreiber show?
home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers.
Oh, baby.
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
This is the Sports Bash, live from Radio Row at the New Orleans Convention Center, home of Super Bowl 59. Now, here's Mike Gill and the Sports Bash.
And welcome aboard a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash, live on Radio Row in New Orleans. Mike Gill, Jeff Bosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, Scott Grayson from Fox 29, and Grayson's Grades is here. We are live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show, and a special crossover on YouTube for all our friends from Inside the Birds who recognize us from Football at 4. We are live on Radio Row. We got a lot of great sponsors this hour. We want to thank our friends at Circle Hyundai. Circle Hyundai, off exit 109. It's worth the drive. Huge rebates and savings on every Circle Hyundai in stock. CircleHyundai.com. And Visit South Jersey. Plan your weekend getaway close to home at VisitSouthJersey.com. One day closer to the Super Bowl. A lot of great guests for you today. We got a great lineup later on tonight. We're going to be talking with former Eagles wide receiver Torrey Smith. We're going to be talking to Michelle Smallman and Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike. We're going to be talking to Hembo from The Greenie Show. We're going to be talking to 2005 NFL MVP Sean Alexander, who had a pursuit of 2,000 yards back in 2005 when he won the MVP. We're going to talk to him about that pursuit. Sean Alexander is here. Josina Anderson will join us, as well as many others. Brian Baldinger this hour. Greg Cosell is our special Football at 4 today, the godfather of the tape, the film study guys. But let's get into a couple of things. We'll start off with Scott Grayson. You were at the Sixers. The Eagles' media availability today. No Jalen Carter. Is this something we should be concerned about? Give us some information there.
Yeah, so yesterday Jalen Carter was not at the media availability. Then, it was reportedly due to illness, and then he was on the injury report for practice yesterday as a limited participant due to illness. So then today it was interesting just to kind of take a glance and see if he popped in, and he did not. So it's believed he has an illness. That's what they're saying. I'm not seeing any alarm. I'm not hearing any alarm from the Eagles. I think this is just Jalen Carter maybe not wanting to necessarily talk to the media, and he found a way to do it. And maybe I'm wrong about that. That's just my gut. But if you're asking me at all, should we be concerned about whether or not Jalen Carter will play Sunday? He'll be out there. He'll be out there.
I guess, my pushback on that would be there's a lot of guys who don't want to do media.
No,
I
know.
Just say, I don't feel good.
No, I think he must genuinely be, to some extent, ill. But I was surprised. I had my hand up, was looking to try to ask a question in the hundreds of media that was there to ask Nick about Jalen Carter. And he was not – I didn't get the chance. There were other questions asked, and nobody ever asked about him. So
does Jalen speak to the media once a week or more throughout the week? Is he someone that does not particularly enjoy?
He usually talks to the media one day during the week. Usually it's, I believe, Thursdays or Fridays.
Interesting, because this week could have been the Jalen Carter, you're the greatest thing since sliced bread week for him. And
if somebody from defense,
that doesn't mean he's obligated to do it.
If somebody from defense were to be named MVP of this game, he, to me, is the front runner for that.
I would think so.
I would agree.
He has not talked to the media other than opening night.
Well, I think, that's an interesting conversation, guys, right? If you look at who the best player in the Eagles, we always talk about who needs to be the best player. Who would the best player of the Eagles defense have to be for them to kind of shut down maybe, I don't know, somebody you could shut down this offense. It's not like they've been this explosive offense. So who is the guy that if a defensive player won the MVP, you'd be like, that would be the guy? You're going Jalen Carter?
I would go Jalen Carter, yeah.
Unless someone has, I think for a linebacker or a corner or a safety to win it, they have to produce more than one interception. Usually one doesn't get. I think of the old, the Cowboys-Steelers Super Bowl where I can't remember the guy's name and then he went and sounded the big
Brown
Smith, Larry Brown, right. So, yeah, usually to do that, you've got to –
and you need a low-scoring game.
Right.
Which probably is not going to be the case.
Probably
You don't think
not.
so?
But if you get
I don't
3
think so.
sacks –
Really?
Two
Hold
or
on
three
a sec.
sacks. Uh-huh.
You don't think it's going to be? You think it's going to be a high-scoring game?
I'm not saying high-scoring, but I'm saying to get a defensive MVP, I think you need one team in the teens and the other one below 10 to potentially.
If you're a linebacker, safety, or
sure.
Yeah.
Now,
If you get 4 sacks or something like that,
I mean, I'll give you my. I mean, if you want to go there, I'll give you my score. I think the Eagles win this game 30-23. So are you calling that a high-scoring
What's
game?
the total? Over under.
50, is it?
Is it? So I'm
Josh
going
said it
just
to me
over.
yesterday.
See, I think it is actually going to be a little bit lower scoring than that. Only because not because I think the offenses will struggle to score, but because of the way these
48
offenses
and a half.
operate.
48 and a half, yeah.
These are ball control offenses that don't turn the ball over, that are known for soaking up a lot of the clock. Neither of them are very explosive unless Saquon Barkley breaks one. So I just tend to think it's going to be a lower scoring game because it's going to be a lesser possession.
Would you
game,
guys
if that makes
agree?
sense.
I hear you.
Would you guys say that the better units of both teams are their defenses?
Yeah. Although, I mean, the Eagles' run game at any time could be the most prolific element of the game, at any time.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to say. With the Eagles have more star power on offense, but probably are a better defensive
Well,
team.
they're the number one defense in the league, and Kansas City, I think, was the 5th scoring
Well, that's
defense
why
in the
I
league.
look at you think it's going to be a high-scoring game. You got two defenses that are two of the best in football here. I'm wondering if this is like a 21-17.
But remember, you get that extra week for these guys to game up something creative, to do things that the opponent hasn't seen yet. And I think that does factor into Super Bowl scoring. I think it really does matter. I mean, look at this Philly special that we saw. When
we're
the
going to
Eagles
talk
won
to
it.
a guy who was a part of that Philly special play, Torrey Smith, tonight. We'll talk about his role in that play. That's at 5:00 tonight, by the way. But yeah, you come up with something that has been sitting in your back pocket all year, basically, right?
Yeah. And now that I think about it, if you go back to 2017, the Vikings had the number one defense, and they came into the link, and the Eagles just dropped bombs all over it, which Torrey Smith was a big part of. So, yeah, and that game was, in the total of the 40s, if I'm not mistaken. So 30-something to 7, right? So, yeah, I mean, maybe it could be like that because of the extra time, a few gadget plays, or one team just figures it out. But if you're just looking at the way these two teams play football and the way they've played it all year long, neither are known for really putting up 35-40 all the time. They've kind of had to gut out a few wins on their own.
But the Eagles have done that more than the Chiefs have this season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs' offense, it's a very weird dynamic to talk about. They got Mahomes, and yet if I ask you guys, is this a really good Chiefs offense?
No.
Not nearly as good as the ones they've had in the Super Bowl before.
Right.
It's not a bad offense. It's just a different offense. It's a methodical, deliberate, controlled third down offense.
By the way, Drew Rosenhaus over your shoulder.
Yeah,
should we ask him about Josh Sweat's upcoming contract?
Oh, that would be pretty interesting, yes. Yes. We know that you got a new client.
Yes.
And by the way, we've joked about this a couple times throughout the week with different guests, but Josh Sweat and Milton Williams are both are these the Eagles cheerleaders coming through here right now?
It is.
And they're swoop. Man, we've seen some people here today. Just to get the people out
All
there.
the luminaries
listeners.
are out.
The circus
Lawrence Taylor has been standing next to it. It's almost like, come on, I got Lawrence Taylor. This is really tough to do. I got Lawrence Taylor, Emmett Smith, who, by the way, is going to be on the Sports Bash tomorrow, has been here. Saw Joe Montana hanging around there a little while. Jerome Bettis. Aiden Hutchinson just was behind us over there. And, that team could have very well been playing in this game.
All right, I have to ask you a question about this.
Yeah.
With Lawrence Taylor. I had to use the bathroom earlier. I go to use the bathroom. I'm in a stall, using the bathroom. Right to the stall next to me is Lawrence Taylor.
A urinal or a stall?
A urinal.
Okay.
But they are separated, obviously.
Yeah, but you're not
No, but there's
closed.
partition, so it becomes your own little stall.
Yeah.
Right. But Lawrence Taylor right next to me. Is that something for the grandkids? Hey, I urinated next to
I had a similar.
Is that a story, or should I just
I had a
keep all that to
similar
myself?
situation like that with The Rock last year. I'm like, what's all the commotion outside the bathroom? I go in, and there he is. It's like, yeah.
But were you right next to him?
I was not right next. I went by the man code.
Okay.
And I
had no choice. There was only that stall,
that
and
happened.
I don't know who the guy to the right was, but it wasn't Lawrence Taylor.
It's a story.
Yeah.
Yeah. I once You definitely. You definitely would say, hey, I met Lawrence Taylor one time. Well, where'd you meet him? I was in the bathroom.
Yeah, I feel like it's sort of a great Seinfeld, like who are the famous people that you peed next to? Yeah.
That you peed next to.
Yeah. I peed next to Lawrence
Taylor, right. It's today's a day where, the activity is certainly picking up here a notch, as you can feel the electricity. As we said, the Eagles have the cheerleaders and Swooper just arrived in here, and you heard a lot of people kind of hemming and hollering for them. But, as we talk about
with Billy, of course, hounding them.
Right, yeah, exactly. Billy is he's front and center on the cheerleaders there. You mentioned about their offense is different.
Yes, the Chiefs' offense.
And we've talked all year about how the Eagles' offense is
different,
right? They're not, but they're an explosive offense. We're talking to Hembo later. He's going to have all sorts of crazy numbers. The Eagles' explosive plays, they have more explosive plays than everybody in the league by like 40.
Yeah.
And it's just non-conventional.
But if we're sitting here saying the Eagles win the game on Sunday because a lot of us are going to say because the defense played well, right?
Or Saquon Barkley went bonkers.
And I think that is a possibility.
I think it's possible. It's always a possibility.
Sure.
This year it has always been a possibility. And actually it's probably, in some cases, it's been a probability.
Yeah.
When you guys did the Rams week for the divisional round game, how often did you reference the first Rams game?
Yeah.
And then I bet you said it's really hard to do
that
that
again.
twice against the same team when they're ready for it. And then lo and behold, the guy does it again.
Yeah, it's amazing.
By the way, including the playoffs this year, Saquon Barkley, 2,447 rushing yards. He needs 30 more yards to surpass Terrell Davis for the most single-season yards, all-encompassing regular season and playoffs of all time. The most rushing yards the Chiefs defense has allowed in a playoff game in this time was 89 yards to Leonard Fournette in Super Bowl 55. So can he get a big day against this Chiefs defense rushing the football?
Well, he can certainly get the yardage need for the record. I think that's pretty much going to be etched into
36
yards.
Yeah, and I would
might
say
have that
it's
on one carry.
Pretty safe bet he'll be the first one to ever go over 2,500.
Yeah.
He doesn't need
24-76 is the record. He needs 30 yards to surpass that. Since Steve Spagnuolo, 2019, became the Chiefs defensive coordinator, Kansas City has not allowed a player to rush for over 100 yards in any playoff game. So, Barkley doesn't need over 100, though. He only needs 30, but do the Eagles need him to get 100 to win this game?
I think so. I think the reason why, to your point on only Leonard Fournette having 89 yards is the most against the Chiefs, is because philosophically teams go into play the Chiefs, especially in the Super Bowl, thinking we need to throw the ball, we need to score, we know if we're going to win this game, we got to win it in the 30s, high 30s, maybe even low 40s. But this year, I don't think the Eagles think first of all, I don't think that they believe they have to, quote unquote, outscore the Chiefs. Do they have to be aggressive? Absolutely. Do they have to try to keep the ball away from Patrick Mahomes? No doubt. But I don't think it means that they stop giving the ball to Saquon for that. I think that they're perfectly comfortable and happy to do that.
Sure. And when you look at the history of that, right, they haven't played this offensive line other than in the playoffs, other than that one time 2 years ago. And what happened then? Jalen Hurts ran for 70 yards. He almost got there himself. He had no running game help beyond that. This year, it's
a lot of that was design runs.
True.
Yeah.
10 in the first half.
And this year, it'll be Saquon and Jalen.
I'm interested on that, though. I don't want to say do they use Saquon as a decoy, but you've played this defense in this game before, and we're able to use a lot of design runs to success. Does that make Barkley a decoy candidate? I just watched the 30 for 30 on the 85 Bears about how Walter Payton was so upset that they used him as a decoy in that game. They ended up giving Perry the touchdown run, and they said that really wore on Walter. He was very hurt by all that, and Dick, admitted that, I wasn't even thinking about it, but maybe I should have been. Does Barkley want to be used as a decoy, and is that the way to do it?
I don't think he would be used as a decoy for the whole game. I could see where you come out thinking they're going to sell out to stop Saquon, and maybe Jalen keeps it on a few design runs like the other Super Bowl, and then you go to feeding Saquon and let him just have a day. I could see that being, now that the threat of Jalen has been established, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe you are able to freeze a couple guys and then Saquon hits a hole for a couple, for a big one here or there.
I think the Jalen Hurts run 2 years ago, meaning the running play involving him, the designed Jalen Hurts run 2 years ago was far more of a staple of the offense because they didn't have someone like Saquon Barkley. They had Miles Sanders, who, as we saw, greatly benefited from Jalen Hurts' ability to run because Miles Sanders in Carolina is like, where is he? What's going on? I mean, so now that they have Saquon, they don't need to run Jalen Hurts as often as they did, and they haven't. They've chosen their spots, plus defenses are more keyed on it lately. So, yeah, sure, in the Super Bowl, could they use the idea of Saquon as a decoy a little bit more and have Jalen carry the ball more? Yes, but then we don't want to get into that whole overthinking this thing. The money man is Saquon Barkley. That's the guy who's supposed to carry the ball, take the hits, not the quarterback as much.
Well, this is a game where maybe they can say, hey, we've gotten through the season. Now we can unlock Jalen a little more. I mean, you don't want to get him, hurt permanently.
It's interesting that when I go through this game in my head, I could see them throwing it 30-plus times a game. And what role does Saquon have in that? Well, I got to believe he catches one or two passes out of the backfield. And A.J. Brown, for that to happen, you've got to see one-on-one coverage. And A.J. Brown alluded to something earlier this week, guys, that I thought was interesting. He was a little banged up in the first two playoff games. Mm-hmm. The last one, he started to feel better, and now he feels as good as he has in a while. Keep that in mind. I think that could be an interesting development if the Chiefs end up going with one-on-one coverage, because when Jalen sees that, he likes to take advantage of it.
Well, and you get a lot of man defense from the
Spagnuolo,
Chiefs.
yeah.
Yes. Yep. So does that play into the Eagles' offense and what they like to do?
Possibly. I just thought, Jalen's such a great athlete. He can carry the ball, he can run, he can pass. It's just sort of amazing they have never once tried sort of a gadget play to throw him the ball. Never once. Like, they've done it with Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. It didn't work. We all remember it, but certainly they've done it with other quarterbacks. It would be the ultimate trick play to have Saquon throw the ball.
Well, there was one game earlier this year. I think it was on a 2-point conversion attempt. I can't remember, but they were close to the end zone, and Saquon looked like he was going to throw.
Yes, I remember that. Right.
And then he didn't like what he saw. He pulled it down.
Yeah.
But you got to wonder if that's in the playbook for this game.
Wouldn't you be interested in seeing what would happen if Jalen Hurts caught a pass in the right flat with nobody around him?
Well, it's funny you say that because you remember when he got drafted, right? When he got drafted, the thought was that they were going to use him in various different ways.
Yeah, gadget player.
And they never really did.
Nope.
Right? They were going to use him as
Wildcat and all this.
Yeah, a whole they were going to use him in a variety of ways, and one of those would be hey, they're going to have him be a slot guy or almost like a Cordell Stewart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hines Ward.
We got a little ruckus going on.
What's going on here?
Donovan McNabb just walked behind me.
Oh, well, that would cause
Donovan's still garnering that kind of reaction?
I heard an Eagles chant related to Donovan going by.
Okay. Well, McNabb walking around here. We'll see. We actually are going to be talking to Brian Baldinger coming up here in just about, what time is it? About 10 minutes from now.
Oh, Donovan is apparently hanging out over there briefly with Jaden Daniels.
Did see nice. Jaden Daniels walking. By the way, Jaden Daniels had an entourage that suggests he is a superstar. I mean, he had state troopers walking him through, multiple state troopers walking him through here, and there had to be 20 people around him, right?
Yeah.
Jeez.
You got to love when two great one former, one past, Commanders or Redskins or whatever quarterbacks talk to each other.
See the tie-in.
I'm sure there's a real kinship there.
Does Donovan even remember that he played for the Commanders? Seriously,
tried to
that was
that.
such a quick, he probably doesn't even associate that he that plays. He played for. Was he with Minnesota?
Yes, I was just about to say maybe we get Donovan and Sam Darnold together and talk about two former great Vikings quarterbacks.
Jeez.
Just
So Jalen Carter not at the media availability today. Now, he was listed as limited yesterday.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably see that again today. But I would expect he will play.
Last night at or yesterday, I think I saw this on your show. You got a chance to talk to Jake Elliott.
I did.
And he's going to be hopefully not a big factor in this game.
Well, we'll see.
I
saw an interesting article on Fox Sports today about the fact that this is the first Super Bowl that has two kickers who have kicked in two previous Super Bowls before. It's
two
an interesting
kickers who've kicked in. This is the first Super Bowl?
I believe that's what it said, the article.
Because I feel like Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe because we know Vinatieri and Tucker, not Tucker. Who am I thinking of? Who's the Janikowski, right?
Yeah.
They were in a lot, but I guess they were never in it
Together.
Well, wasn't Vinatieri in one with the Colts?
One with the Colts, but was that his?
But you're saying in the game, 2 kickers who've already won Super Bowl. Or been in Super Bowls. That is interesting.
Two Super Bowls before.
Oh, 2. Okay.
2
yeah.
kickers that have been in 2 Super Bowls before. So 2 or more in
Gotcha.
Butker's case. But, it's
Well,
today.
Butker at least has, and he has a game-winning kick to his resume.
Right.
He had 8 seconds left last year, so that is something that they can. I just shudder to think of a situation where Elliott is out there. It would seem automatic 2 years ago in this game, and this year you're like, oh my God, this would be nerve-wracking, right?
Yeah.
It could happen, though. I will tell you the other stuff from today that I took away. I followed up on the interesting little tidbits we got from Laura Oakman yesterday about Saquon Barkley. And I went to Saquon and I did ask him about some of the mental tools that he uses. And he did acknowledge therapy as part of what, and he kind of poo-pooed how that was in the past, but he found it to be so extremely valuable coming into this season in terms of the mental side of it. Being around the guys today, I'll tell you, I talked to Brandon Graham as well because I knew this was the last time we'll talk to him potentially ever, other than after the game, as a current player. And, guys, he said today's a big test for him to play this game. But he is optimistic that he will pass the test to be able to play.
At this point, right now, it's Thursday. Do you think he'll play?
I do.
And have a role?
I think he'll have a role. Maybe 10 snaps at most.
You ever answer a question like that? Yes, but you don't know how it's going to happen. Like from a roster, we went through this with Dr. Chow, and he did a great job. And Adam and I have been talking about this on Inside the Birds. If they're also going to elevate or activate Uzama, which you think they want to do if he's healthy. And then anybody else, I don't know how they make it work, but I somehow think I think they're gonna make it work.
I do too.
I as well think he's going to play. I do think he's going to play, and you brought the Huff thing up. I mean, if Huff was active, I think he easily can be. You can make a justification that he can play 6 to 10 snaps, and I would imagine
you can't deactivate Huff though. It wouldn't be. I said that originally, but then I went back and thought, well, no, because if Nolan Smith gets hurt and you need a guy, you can't play Brandon Graham those 50% of the snaps. That you're going to need a reinforcement.
Yeah, that's
quick question though. If the Chiefs see Brandon Graham lined up out there, do they
check into a run?
Adam and run Adam.
Depends. Do you think they're going to? I would imagine they don't throw him out on the field for those 6 snaps unless it's 3rd.
It's got to be 3rd and 5 or more,
3rd
and 6 or more. Yeah.
Right.
All right, Sports Pass live on Radio Row.
Cat and mouse.
We got so much going on. Brian Baldinger, Baldy's Breakdown. Baldy joins us coming up in 7 minutes from now. But I want to tell you about this hour's sponsors. Visit South Jersey. Plan your weekend getaway close to home at visitsouthjersey.com. 2 o'clock hour brought to you by Circle Hyundai. Off exit 109, it's worth the drive. Huge rebates and savings on every Circle Hyundai in stock. CircleHyundai.com. We got so much going on today, including Brian Baldinger coming up next, and followed by Sean Alexander, the 2005 MVP. This hour, it's all on the Sports Bash live on Radio Row in New Orleans on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill live from Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by VisitSJ.com and Circle Hyundai.
Hey, AI, how many touchdowns did the Eagles score in the 2023 season?
The Eagles scored 49 touchdowns in the 2023 season.
Hey, AI, I had a fall recently. I need to recover. Please help me walk again.
I'm sorry, but that is beyond my capabilities.
Hey, AI, my parents are getting older and I can't care for them by myself. Can you help me care for them?
I'm sorry, that is beyond my capabilities. AI will never replace care, but here's what I found for the best care near you.
Autumn Lake Healthcare Centers, trusted leaders in skilled nursing rehabilitation and senior care, and proud partners of the Philadelphia Eagles.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for the perfect party venue? Go-karting at New Jersey Motorsports Park is the ultimate haven for thrilling group experiences. Perfect for birthdays, team building, and bachelor parties. Race around the outdoor track, then take a swing at axe throwing or dive in the private pool. Top off the occasion with delicious catering from the Finish Line Pub. Experience the thrill of high-octane excitement at New Jersey Motorsports Park, located in Millville. Book now at njmp.com. That's njmp.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business.
Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it, and will beat any print quote.
Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs.
No problem.
I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens.
Totally.
I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing.
I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Blow the whistle. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. There's only one official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, and that's Chickies and Pete's. Ready for the big game? Go where the players go. Don't wait. Reserve your table right now for the big game for all of our locations at chickiesandpete's.com. The best in-game experience anywhere. Be the MVP of your big game with Chickie and Pete's to-go catering. The Eagles are in the big game. Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chickie and Pete's world-famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a Colonial with high ceilings, hardwood floors, and a peaceful neighborhood. And you found it. Now, every Saturday at 6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The best time of the year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices. Just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Brought to you by Circle Hyundai, just off exit 109. It's worth the drive. Huge rebates and savings on every Circle Hyundai in stock. Visit CircleHyundai.com.
Now back to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live on Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by VisitSJ.com and Circle Hyundai.
Bash live on Radio Row here in New Orleans, where, just saw where Donovan McNabb and Doug Flutie are doing a little something over there together, and a lot of people, it's amazing. Like, McNabb's been gone for a while, and he still draws a crowd. Like, people still see Donovan and are like, wow, there's McNabb. We're going to try to get Donovan McNabb on tomorrow's show. Tomorrow we got Emmett Smith on the show. Sean Alexander is in about 20 minutes from now. We're going to be talking to Brian Baldinger here in just a couple of moments. Brian Baldinger, former Philadelphia. People, forget Baldy played with Philly and Dallas. One of the few people to do both.
Yeah.
Can't do that, right?
No.
Well, let's see. The list is pretty short, right? There's DeMarco Murray.
Just as I've worked with him before, I know Gary Cobb did it.
Harold Carmichael got away with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Harold Carmichael.
Yeah.
And
T.O.
Yes. Yep. And everybody's favorite former Eagle, Orlando Skandrick, who I think was actually still I think he was still getting paid by Dallas when he was with the Eagles, the way he played and talked.
Yeah, well, and it's funny because Skandrick hosts Believe in the Cowboys. And we have a good relationship with the Believe people, and we generally get almost every Believe host, and he is one who has declined to come on to talk about Cowboys-Eagles game, Orlando Skandrick.
Yeah. I think it's probably better for your audience that you didn't have him on.
True, but I definitely would like to hear his perspective on his former team here. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Brian Baldinger, former Eagle, former Dallas Cowboy, former Colt as well, NFL Network analyst, NFL Total Access. And our conversation with Brian Baldinger is brought to you by our friends at Circle Hyundai off exit 109. It's worth the drive. Huge rebates and savings on every Circle Hyundai in stock. Our conversation with Brian Baldinger from the NFL Network here in just a moment or so. We'll have him on board, plus Sean Alexander will be coming up next. But let's bring Baldy. He's standing right here. That's one of the things. You have somebody, and then everybody knows them, and then they grab them, and then they're like, hey, and then, hey, you can give me a call.
Where do you think Baldy just flew in from? Aruba?
Yeah, right.
Not Thailand.
Not Thailand.
Well, maybe Mali. Who knows?
Brian?
Baldy, we're trying to figure out which tropical island you might have just flown in from.
Oh.
It was a peninsula.
My fault. My peninsula. I love it.
Which tropical excursion did you just come in from?
Well, I was in Mobile. Because you got to be in Mobile.
Yeah.
But I was like, had a weekend off for the first time. I'm like, let's go to the Nicoya Peninsula. Let's go to Costa Rica.
Did I not call it?
Yeah.
Did I not call
he
it?
definitely said, which tropical island? Well, I just got home from Thailand.
Okay.
So quite tropical.
Yeah.
When did you get here? Today?
I got here last night.
Okay.
Last night.
So you've been enjoying a little bit of the sights and sounds of New Orleans.
Very little. Very little. I had a good meal last night.
You'll catch up.
Yeah.
We know you will.
I'm fresh. I'm ready to go.
All right. We said you're one of the few that have played for both Philadelphia and Dallas, right?
Yes.
That is a very small list here. So Brian Baldinger is with us. But when we talk about Philadelphia in this particular game, as a former offensive lineman, how much does that unit tell the story of this game?
It's the whole story. I mean, that unit's the best in football. They've got the MVP that they've opened up holes for all year. Mekhi Becton was a huge addition this year. Very unusual power, but very consistent player this year. They're reasonably healthy right now. They're not 100%, but Landon always has something going on, so that's not unusual. But, no, this is the reason why they're here. It's the reason why they've run the ball 725 times this year in 20 games, the third most NFL history. It's their identity. It's who they are.
Let me follow up on that because I was talking to Jeff Stoutland yesterday, as well as some of the other offensive linemen. How improbable is this offensive line? You got a guy who came from Australia, never played football before. Mekhi Becton this season moves from tackle to guard. Cam Jurgens takes over for the great Jason Kelsey. How improbable is this line, and how amazing when you look at it is it that they've done what they've done?
Well, I mean, look, coaching is the difference in this whole business, and Stout is he's the best in the business. He came with Chip, came with Lane. He's been here since. The thing that's interesting to me about Stout, I wish he was here because he hates when I blow smoke up, but he's the only coach in this whole league, the only offensive line coach in this entire league that works out his players' game day on the field for an hour before kickoff. And it's not just the backups. It's not just Fred Johnson or Tyler Steen. It's Lane. Like, it's Landon and Jordan. I mean, he's walking through things up until kickoff. And I don't know why other teams aren't doing it. But I know it makes a difference. I know for a fact that long run that he had against New Orleans in the fourth quarter that got him on the board, that they walked through that blitz that the Saints ran at him, and they walked through it pregame.
Yeah.
And then they picked it up when it mattered most.
Wow.
Baldy, the back injury you were talking about with Cam,
Yep.
he's going to play. Landon's going to play. But how problematic could the back be? Because that could flare up, especially for the big guys at any time.
It could, but he's been kind of having it all year. It's not just a 1 week thing. It's been there.
Yeah.
So he's been dealing with it.
Have you seen a situation, though, where a team doesn't start the guy, but they keep him active?
That's the first time I've seen that.
Right? Where, like, you're taking up a roster spot. We were talking about, is Brandon Graham going to play? Are they going to use a roster spot for him? They kind of did it last week with a guy who didn't play.
I have not seen that.
Or 2 weeks ago.
And
and he looked pretty rough. Beat up at the end of the game, as you would expect.
Well, I'm sure. And then, on top of it, they're running, how many, tush pushes, when he's got to, have the entire brunt of Washington's, defense on top of him. So, but, part of the reason why he was drafted and part of the reason why Landon is here is their innate toughness about them. And so it's just hard to factor that in when you evaluate players, just how tough they are, how hard it is for them to come off the field. And I know they, and so it's all the guys, Mulata, they all have that. They all have that aspect to their innate toughness as players.
Paul, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I want to get your take on the last time they played in the Super Bowl. Hurts rushed 10 times in the first half. He had like 50-some yards.
Yeah.
He had it was 70. They could not run the ball that night. Do you anticipate that this matchup against Spagnuolo, that they will be able to, or is this a day where Hurts will be a bigger part of the rushing attack?
Well, I think, they're better equipped to run it this game than they were in that game. Saquon makes a difference. Kansas City's going to counter what the Eagles are doing with, Bolton and Chenal and Tranquil. They're going to put their linebackers out there. They play 3 linebackers more than any other team in the league. They did it to Baltimore week 1, trying to slow down Derrick Henry and Lamar. That's going to be their formula. They'll keep them out there for as much as they possibly can. They're going to drop Justin Reed down. They're going to build their 8-man box. It's going to open up things on the outside. Are they willing to take those shots? Are they going to run into it? Do they believe that they have runs that can crease that look in that box? So I think, the first quarter is going to be feeling that stuff out right now.
Well, Baldy, do you believe when you look at the trenches matchup, I would have to think that the Chiefs are hoping that Trey Smith can handle as best he can Jalen Carter so they can slide Creed to Caliendo, who's clearly the weak link there and, on the offensive line against Milton Williams. Because if Creed has to help Trey on Jalen Carter, then Milton on Caliendo might wreck the entire game.
Trey Smith,
theoretically.
Yeah, that's true. Look, Jeff, I mean, the thing about it is that Trey Smith is built for this. Mm-hmm. He's going to be the highest paid guard in football, come April this year. He's a beast. He's a beast. I mean, I'll tell you a story. I remember his rookie year, they opened up against Cleveland in Kansas City. And I was announcing that game for national radio. So Mahomes has the exact same pregame warm-up every game for his entire career. So he's in his corner in his sweats, and he's stretching. So I'm like, I walk over there, I see him. So Patrick says to me, have you seen my right guard yet? I go, I know who he is, but I haven't really studied him. He goes, Baldy, he's got a howitzer over right hand. Like, nobody can handle it. Like, Mahomes knew training camp against Chris Jones. This guy's built different. Now, they played against each other last year a little bit. Fletcher was there, so Jalen played both sides in that game, job.
Right.
So I think, but this is, Jalen doesn't come off the field. He's going to have more opportunities to beat Trey Smith. I don't think they're worried about it, but, Andy's smart. Andy Heck is smart. It would be smart to slide to Jalen Carter, help him out a little bit.
Baldy, I wanted to go into the Eagles' defense a little bit and all the breakdowns you've done throughout the season and the film you've studied. How much has Quinyon Mitchell maybe exceeded where you thought he'd be, and what makes him so good, and how good could he be in this game?
So I was in Brazil. Were you in Brazil, Moshe? I didn't know.
I didn't go to Brazil.
So I went to Brazil. So I was down there. I was doing pregame stuff for the NFL. And that day, Bradbury was kind of scheduled to start. I don't know if you remember that. And for whatever reason, he I don't know if he was scratched or whatever, but Quinyon started that day. And they were all kind of, all right, we're throwing the rookie out there. You know, and Christian Watson, all the guys were out there. And he played great. He's been that. Now, since then, I think McLaurin beat him for a touchdown. You know, he's given up maybe 2. But for the most part, his break on the ball is as good as any corner in this league. His tackling, you watch the perimeter game that Washington tried to throw at Philly, whether it's the physicality, the tackling at the line of scrimmage, really attacking the line of scrimmage in the perimeter game that Kansas City is very capable of doing. It's ridiculous. He's a great tackler. He's a great tackler, and he's almost flawless in his technique when the ball's in the air. And that's hard because how many penalties does he have this year? Does he have?
Not many.
No, I don't. No.
2?
And they have 2 rookies in that secondary.
I
They
mean,
have a low
no
amount of
penalties, plays the ball in the air, always in position. It's remarkable how, and you remember last year, Terrion Arnold, Quinyon, they got the right guy.
Brian Baldinger is with Synergen X and Low T Centers. And tell us a little bit about how this is all kind of coming together as we culminate Super Bowl week.
Well, here's the thing, Mike, is that I'm not the same guy I was 25 years ago. I know I look like it, but I don't.
Yes.
I need a little help.
I saw you on the Kelsey show doing splits.
Yes, okay. But I still need a little bit of help. So the Low T Center, really, you can go get your testosterone score. You get it measured, and you can see where it is. If it's low, you can get it adjusted. You could go to a Low T Center. There's 600 in the United States. Get your score. You could do it online, and you get your score. And then they've prepackaged all the materials that you need, where they really put your amount, your dose, personalized to you, and your score and your body chemistry. And they've really personalized it, and they simplified it for everybody, delivered right to your doorstep.
Well, who's got more testosterone Sunday, Philly or Kansas City?
I said when the playoffs started, I said the Eagles would go 4-0. The Eagles would go 4-0.
Yeah.
And I haven't changed that. I thought, from the bye week on when they got destroyed by Tampa and how they adjusted themselves and how they played, they were the best team in the trenches all year. And I'm not changing that. I think they're still the best team.
Brian Baldinger, NFL Network, all over the place, total access, Baldy breakdowns, at Baldy NFL. Yeah, inner excellence.
Yeah, I don't see this. I don't see any highlighted areas. I don't see a yellow pen on this book here, guys.
PG wants the highlights. What are the highlights?
Come on, where is it?
When Gill doesn't let us speak, we have to go to the book and find our inner calm.
He only read the first 50 pages, so he's not quite done yet.
All
Baldy,
right.
great to see you,
Good job,
man.
guys. All right, appreciate it,
Brian
man.
Baldinger here, everybody, on the Sports Bash Live
Thanks,
on 97.3 ESPN. And that conversation with Brian Baldinger is brought to you by Circle Hyundai off exit 109. It worth the drive. Huge rebates and savings on every Circle Hyundai in stock. Visit CircleHyundai.com. All right, we got so much more coming up from Radio Row, including the 2005 MVP, Sean Alexander. He joins us next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live from Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by VisitSJ.com and Circle Hyundai.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Join them for a special lunch buffet, Fridays through Sundays from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's universal.
Can I get a root canal instead?
People strongly dislike the process of moving.
Please, anything but moving.
Because let's face it, it's hard. But if you've got to do it, make it as painless as possible.
Moving is a breeze with Clark's Moving and Storage. Use Clark's Moving and Storage for your next local or long-distance move. Visit Clark's Moving and Storage online at clarksmoving.net.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Same game parlays and slot games for days. Double the fun with the Ballybet app. Let's play. You can bet on football, basketball, baseball, or play blackjack, roulette, even baccarat, y'all. It's double the fun, 2 apps in one. Download it today, but only if you're 21. The Ballybet Sportsbook and Casino app. You can win real money on your phone. No cap. Must be 21 plus, New Jersey only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Ballybet Sportsbook and Casino.
Download it.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Brought to you by Circle Hyundai, just off exit 109. It's worth the drive. Huge rebates and savings on every Circle Hyundai in stock. Visit CircleHyundai.com.
Now back to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live on Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by VisitSJ.com and Circle Hyundai.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show, at Inside the Birds. Mike Gill, Jeff Mosher, and right now, NFL legend, the MVP, the man, Sean Alexander is here, and he's brought to you by Bally Bets. Double the fun with Bally Bet Sportsbook and Casino. New customers get a sportsbook and casino offer. Download it now. Sean Alexander's here, baby. What's going on?
Man, in New Orleans, awesome.
I love it.
Man, we have been eating so good.
Yeah.
So good. I was like on a good like kind of diet fast, you know, through January.
No, not here.
And then I thought, okay, it's February. I'm like, I guess I'm going to loosen up a little bit. And I got down here and we've been, you know, all the diners and all the restaurants, all the dinners are so, they treat us so well. All these great chefs. I'm like, love. We've snuck into some of these little side diners.
Yeah, man.
Smashing food. I'm like, why is this lamb and this chicken so good? What is going on here?
We found a pizza place last night. It was unbelievable. Saint Pizza for the people coming down here on Magazine Street. It's and you pair it with a little wine next door. You bring the pizza into the wine. The place is it's so cool.
I'm like, this place is so good.
The 05 MVP, one of the few running backs in the recent 25 years to do it. Saquon Barkley, over 2. I'd love to get your perspective of watching him chase Dickerson, the mindset of them sitting him out.
Yeah.
How would you, as a running back, the emotions of going for this record but knowing the team, take us through your mind as a guy who won an MVP? Because if he breaks that record, he might win the MVP. Probably no shot now.
Yeah. I think that, one, he's having a fabulous year. I know what he's feeling. Like, you know, like all the running backs, especially the great running backs, you can feel like that ooze that comes over you, like there's nothing anybody can do to stop me this year. He's got that. And I can see, like, you know, you remember the run where he looks at Jalen like, do you believe they line up in this? I remember those moments. Like, Hasselbeck will look back at me and I'm like, they're in trouble. You know what I mean? But Saquon does what the great running backs do. You always want to be in a situation where you're playing one-on-one with a guy. If he misses you, and it could be a long run, and because you got, you know, AJ, you got Devontae, it makes the safeties have to double in some kind of way, and so it leaves the running back really, because Jalen can run the ball as a quarterback, really in a situation where if the first tackler doesn't tackle him, anything is possible, especially if you got the wrong angles, and he's he's capitalizing that like a G. And I tell you what he's doing well, which is something you got to coach and be coached well of, is he's attacking the first guy that has to make the tackle. So now he's whipping that guy quickly. And so now everybody's like, oh, okay. Oh, wait a minute. He's already gone. So it's not a slow juke. It almost makes it look like he's just running, but it's a quick juice. Boom, boom, get by him. He's looking amazing. And I just think that he's the last great running back that will not win the MVP, especially if they win this Super Bowl.
So if they came to you, you are 40 yards away from however many it was. What was it? To break the record in the final week of the season? It was very doable.
Right. Forget now.
Could you see yourself saying, I'll sit out?
You know what? I was in that situation. We must have had maybe like 6 games left, and my pace was to go get it all.
You had an 1,800-yard season, 1880.
1880, and I know that I did
27 touchdowns.
I know I must have sat out like 6 quarters out the last, I came out of half the last game of the season. That was Green Bay. I came out of half against the Eagles. And then those 4 middle games in between that, I know I sat out the fourth quarter for 3 of those games. And so that's 7 quarters right there. I just think that I had a shot at it, but I knew Coach.
So you're blaming the Eagles?
No, I'm just saying if they'd have played a little bit better, you know what I'm saying? If games would have been a little bit closer, I would have probably had about 22.
that was the 2005 game?
2005 season.
So that's the night I believe they retired Reggie's number.
They did.
It was
Reggie snowing, right?
Yep.
It was snowing. It was like a Monday night or a Sunday night.
That's right.
Was Mike McMahon starting for the Eagles that night?
I don't know. Y'all went and found somebody.
Logan Tupou, though,
yeah.
He had an MVP night.
Yes, he did. It was wild.
3 interceptions,
all the balls y'all threw to him. I was like, man, he is not your receiver. They thought he was a tight end. We got this new tight end named Tupou. I'm like, no. He's on our team. He's on our team, But it was funny because he kept running back for touchdowns. So I was like, what is going on here?
I think it was Vince Young that played that night.
No, not 2005, my friend. 2005 is the year after they went to the Super Bowl in 2004. It had to be Mike McMahon.
It was McMahon.
I'll put it this way. The Eagles have had nightmarish moments against the Seahawks.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
Yes, they have. So in that game, I guess you got
42-0.
You got pulled early.
I got pulled
right?
out. Yeah, I didn't come. So that was the first time that they have done that. And so after that, we would be up. We were up 14, up 21. Mm-hmm. Instead of being like, yeah, we're going to run the ball, the clock out. They were like, yeah, we're going to run the clock out. Sean, go over and sit over here on this bench. And so,
by the way, it was Coy Detmer and Mike McMahon combination.
I knew I had
two
interceptions apiece.
Yeah, because I remember they did. They subbed somebody back in.
Yeah.
So I think Mike might have started and Coy came in for him.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
And here they are in the Super Bowl.
Isn't it ironic, right? You win MVP playing for a coach in Mike Holmgren, who is considered
the
guy
guru.
Who, and then in Philly they had Andy Reid, who also wanted to throw the ball all over the place, and that influence is still today.
Yeah.
And here we have Saquon Barkley doing what he did. You do it. So maybe there's something about these coaches actually do like to run the ball when they can. When they have the talent.
I think it's like, wow, the running back. I'm like, nah, there's a difference from like a special running back and then a running back that's just going to carry the ball to offset the pass. Like,
right.
You could put Saquon in that box until he breaks 60 yarders, and you're like, he's doing more than offsetting the pass play. I'm telling you, I think if the Eagles win, they'll say Saquon stats, Saquon touchdowns, Saquon's wins, and they win the Super Bowl. Is that not what the definition of the MVP is? Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I think the stats of the quarterback is going to change if the Eagles win the Super Bowl.
Well, he is the 2005 NFL Most Valuable Player. Touchdown Alexander is a copy of the book that we have right here. You're also here with standtogether.org. And tell us about that effort that you've got going on.
I love Stand Together. Stand Together is about 850 of some of the most successful businessmen, women, and philanthropic leaders in the country. They put their time and talents and treasures together to tackle some of the country's biggest issues, and that goes into education, all community type of ways, from families to kids to juvenile justice programs, and it's been really awesome to get the players and say, hey, what is it on the inside of you that you want to see impact your community? Because every single one of us comes in fully thankful, and we want to give back, and we almost get limited down to great turkey dinners, a Christmas giveaway, maybe a food drive, and we are helping those players kind of really touch the core of who they are and fuel that, because there's somebody doing great work that's going to match their heart.
Well, this has been a very fun conversation. I know we only had a couple of minutes here, but just the few minutes that we had spending it with Sean Alexander was awesome. I remember watching him at Alabama. It was awesome. In Seattle, which what a cool place to live out in Seattle for a little while there.
Yeah, it was fun. Like I would say that was a great time for that moment in my life. We like being in the South. We live outside of D.C. now, so we like that a little bit better.
Spent a little time in Washington. You remember that?
I remember. Hey, did you ever reverse hurdle anybody?
I would never do that.
Sean Alexander, everybody.
I would already juke him out. You know that.
NFL MVP, brought to you by Valley Bets, Sportsbook and Casino. New customers get a sportsbook and a casino offer. Download it now. Sean Alexander right here on Radio Row on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Sean.
Hey, you guys are awesome. Go Eagles, man.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedor bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
They score! Connecting on the one-timer, and DK makes no mistake, the power play goal.
It's Flyers Capital. Tonight, coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you by Circle Hyundai, just off exit 109. It's worth the drive. Huge rebates and savings on every Circle Hyundai in stock. Visit CircleHyundai.com.
South Jersey Gas is your energy efficiency partner, helping you lower your utility bills and use less energy. Conserving energy and saving money has never been more important. However, sometimes it's hard to know where to start. That's where South Jersey Gas Conserve comes in. Conserve is an online resource with energy-saving incentives, easy tips for saving energy and money, and much more. Check out Conserve today and start saving at southjerseygas.com/conserve. Go Birds!
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on your every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Go get your game on at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery, go to Fanatic Sportsbook, and go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Larry Mintz. When dealing with a workers' compensation claim, in most cases the injured worker doesn't get the money they're entitled to. That's why you need the right lawyer. When injured on the job, call us first. We'll speak with you for free and get you all the money and benefits you deserve.
Make the right call to Golden Bird Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
Ernest & Son Meat Market in Brigantine is your Eagles' big game headquarters, featuring a box of mouth-watering subs for up to 15 people for $80. The perfect addition for your Eagles party. Ernest & Son Meat Market delivers your big game trays, buffalo wings, meatballs, homemade sausage, and subs. Ernest & Son Meat Market is open 7 days a week from 9 to 4. Order early and call now, 266-1588. Ernest & Son Meat Market, for your Eagles' big game catering, delivery, or pickup. Go Birds!
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They got him again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
This is the Sports Bash, live from Radio Row at the New Orleans Convention Center, home of Super Bowl 59. Now, here's Mike Gill and the Sports Bash.
Hour 2 of the Sports Bash. It's live on Radio Row. It's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, your local source for plumbing, heating, and air conditioning service and installation since 1911. Visit broadlees.net. Mike Gill, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. Scott Grayson from Fox 29, Grayson's Grades. He's an annual visitor to Radio Row with us. Of course, we do our shows here inside the convention center. This place is huge. This convention center is massive. The NFL experience, by the way. Have you guys got a chance to go check out the NFL
I was in there
experience?
last night.
I went to the pro shop.
Don't go to the store. You might
Well,
have a heart
I did,
attack.
and now I don't know if my kids can go to college.
Yeah.
I spent in their college fund.
Well, last night we walked through the NFL store. It was me and Billy and Pete G and Earnshaw. They all walked out, and I would say with a bill of around $650 later.
So,
and I said, I'm getting out of this place.
I always love what they wear, the players wear on opening night, and I always want one of those things, right?
It was
you know how much
$270.
Yes,
I heard somebody say people are buying them and then reselling them now for like $350.
Oh, wow.
What is it that I missed it? What did
It's
they
like
wear?
It's like a white half zip or something.
Okay. So it's a full zip with a hood.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know, it has like a little, the zipper has like, I don't know, but it was $270. I picked up a hoodie last night. See, and I'm one of those people, like, I'm not buying the Super Bowl because if the Eagles don't win, now I'm stuck with a piece of merchandise of a game that you lost.
Well, what do you buy? If you just buy an Eagles shirt that doesn't say Super Bowl, it's like buying anything.
No, like I might buy like Super Bowl champion shirt, but like this one, like the one
So you're
Pete
saying you
has
just
on.
refrain from buying
Well,
here.
like Pete has this one. It's like
That's a good one,
He has
yeah.
a brand new one, and I like this one. But like if they lose the game, now I have a piece of merchandise that makes me remember that they lost that game.
Right, I get it.
But you could remember.
He says, "I get it."
I can understand that. I think a lot of people feel
I
that.
like the shirt, but that was my reason that I didn't. What was that? $110 that shirt. I'm not spending $110 on a game they could lose.
Does Pete G's family know he spent $110?
His wife
on
got
that?
the
Is
alert.
he allowed to come home?
Let me tell you something. It took about 4 minutes for a text message to come through as soon as that purchase was made.
That's where you go joint bank account.
His wife was hitting that fraud button.
Yeah.
Fraud alert.
He's like, I got you something
Reverse.
now.
I did get her something.
You got her
That's
something.
smart man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what you got to do.
It's about the memories. It doesn't matter if they win or lose. It's about being here.
Sure.
Getting a gift.
I would agree with you. Like, for instance, a plain gray Eagles Fanatics tee was $57. Like a shirt that should be like $18 was $57.
I got my 5-year-old daughter.
Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Was that $57?
I'm afraid to. I think it was.
$57 for the T-shirt.
We got my 5-year-old daughter a T-shirt in a kid's size. It was $40.
46,
Which is still ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, one of the footballs, like the ones that you get autographed, the football was like $78, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like $78 for the football? Okay, come on.
Unlike PG, I got the wife approval to bring home lots of stuff, Eagle stuff. For
Well,
the
it's funny
family.
too because Earnshaw goes, well, I got to buy something for my roommate, and so I go, your roommate.
What, to save your life?
I can understand. Like, he's like, yeah, I want to get something for my roommate. I'm thinking to myself,
That's what the koozie is for.
Well, the koozie's probably
even that's
$18,
overpriced.
Right? The koozie's $18.
Yeah.
The store's cool though. Like they have like different lines of things. Like when I say line, like Boss. There's a Boss T-shirt. Okay, it's just a T-shirt, but the brand is Boss. It was $110.
Oh,
it was like it was pretty cool because it was black and it had like the Super Bowl logo with gold outlines, like New Orleans, the Saints colors. And then underneath it said Boss. And I'm like, because it says Boss, this T-shirt's $110. But, hey, come on down here and enjoy yourself and have a good time at the NFL experience. There's a lot of cool. That room was gigantic.
Yeah, that's what I felt like. Every year it's bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then they're cramming more and more stuff in there that will cause you to spend more and more money.
I will say, though, I thought the selection of Eagles T-shirts was very limited. There was a gray one and a black one and a black and green one, and then there was nothing that was greenish background. It's either black with green embroider or the gray with green embroider. There was nothing green with white embroider.
Did you feel that there were more Chiefs stuff?
No, I felt like there was less team-specific stuff and more Super Bowl
stuff
the
same
and
way.
less clothes and more gadgets, blankets, towels. It's like the actual clothes, which is what I thought most people want to buy, was more limited than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
I literally have, 6 shirts here, and it's 3 of each kind because there was just not good variety. And
it
some of the
wasn't.
shirts just looked hideous, so I wasn't going to get them.
Yeah, a lot of the New Orleans flavor on it just wasn't. Yeah,
it doesn't jibe real well. Yeah.
Well, you're here, it's one thing, but yeah.
What the New? You don't like the New
Well,
Orleans?
yeah, I mean, some of these shirts that are Eagles or Chiefs or Super Bowl, like he said, New Orleans, like bedazzled with New Orleans type of embroidery or designs.
The leaf de flow?
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't exactly jibe with the Walt Whitman or anything.
Well,
Skyline.
Like I do like the one that Pete has on. I do, but when I saw it was 110, I just couldn't justify it for a game that they could lose. Because then you're looking back at that shirt when you wear it, you're like, oh, that's the game that they lost.
Well, but you could. But see, like
if they win, I would like that shirt.
I will get the shirts just because I like remembering the experience.
True.
I will remember being here during Radio Row and seeing all these things.
And I am all for that reason, but 110 was just unjustifiable.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
I'll tell you what, there is a nice quilted, what do you call this? A quilted vest, right?
Yeah.
A black
How much
one
was that? I saw it.
with Super Bowl LIX in white, just like sort of stitch lettering, and I didn't even look at it because I said that one's at least $3, I bet. At least.
Yeah, there was a black hoodie that had the logo of the LIX, but it was black on black. It was like outlined in black, and I was like, okay, this is very subtle, right? It's very. I picked it up. It was $325.
Oh, a hoodie?
$325 for the hoodie.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. Now, I mean, listen. I can see somebody out there saying, yeah, you sound cheap or whatever. You can't tell me that an Antigua 3/4 zip is $110. No way is there a hoodie, $325. Like, it's preposterous.
Where did you pull Antigua out of?
His shirt is made by Antigua.
Oh, okay. At least there's.
Yeah,
I got you.
That's the brand.
I thought you meant the island.
We're going to be talking to Dante Hall, the former Chief wide receiver. One of the remember Dante Hall was one of the most explosive special teams player.
There was like a short little span there where he was like up there with the Devin Hesters and the this guy that played for the Rams,
Azir Hakim.
Where Dante Hall was in that conversation. Like whenever he touched the ball, especially on a return, anything could happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm looking forward to talking to him because obviously as a guy who played for the Chiefs, when he played for the Chiefs, they were not the Chiefs as we now know. They were the team that could never win it. They had won, the one Super Bowl, and it was always that they just could not win a playoff game. They just had no playoff success, and then bang. But they had some good teams back then. They just could not. They never won playoff games.
Right.
Was that who's the coach? It was Marty Schottenheimer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got to remember that division at times.
Vermeil there?
Oh, Vermeil,
Well, Vermeil did win it with – no, you're right. He won it with the Rams. Yes, correct.
That division
– Andy was with the Eagles and the Chiefs, and so was Vermeil.
Right.
That division was always pretty good, too. I mean, Denver.
Believe it or not, the Raiders at one point were a good team. Yeah.
It was always like those teams had issues within their own division just to try to get into where they wanted to be.
Yeah. I feel like the AFC West is sort of the NFC East of the other conference because the rivalries are all there. They all hate each other. The Raiders hate the Broncos. The Broncos hate the Chiefs. The Chiefs, well, I guess nobody hates the Chargers, but, but those other three teams really hate each other.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because what were we just talking about? Oh, we were talking about Denver.
Yeah.
With Fangio and his, he's never beaten the Chiefs, and we were trying to figure out, and it's like those two teams are such big rivals, and Fangio has never beaten the Chiefs. 0-8, and Josh had said, well, I don't put a lot of weight in that because he said those Broncos teams were not very good. Now, that is true. Fangio's Broncos teams were not very good, but I seem to remember them having a very good defense. They just had a terrible quarterback situation.
Well, it's hard to win when your offense can't score.
Right.
And I think that's the biggest difference this year for Fangio is he has an offense that's able to score that works very well with his style of defense and what they can do.
Well, it's funny. I saw an article in the Miami papers, and they were like, hey, it didn't work with Vic Fangio here, but now he's in the Super Bowl. What happened? So that is an interesting story. Like, what happened? Like, some people thought there was this clash of personalities in Miami. They were like, good riddance, see you later. Why has Vic Fangio been so embraced by this group of guys?
I think a lot of it has to do with youth. I think we talked about yesterday when young players are right out of college, like Cooper DeJean, like Quinyon Mitchell, like a Reed Blankenship, who's still in year 3. They're still in that mindset that they got to run through the wall for their coach because they're all they all want to. That's how you are in college, and B, second contracts are always a big part of it. You want stability, you want security, and you want to ingratiate yourself into your team. That Miami team was full of a lot of high-priced veterans.
Yeah.
And that's not going to clash well with Vic because Vic's not going to change. He's not going to adapt. He's going to set the standard, and it's up to you to adjust to it. And, sometimes that doesn't work in some places. And it's not – I don't want to just throw the Miami guys under the bus because those were all proven – a lot of those guys are proven playmakers for other coordinators. So it was just, to me, a clash of style and age and experience there. And this was a better scenario for Vic to be able to come in, bring his – guys in who's coached under. I think that's a very important part that we don't talk about enough, and then let them set the tone and nurture this young crop coming up.
What's interesting is you got Vic, this gruff coach, old school, and you got all these young guys in the secondary, and you see, like, there is some concern. Is like, how are these young guys going to take to this tough coaching right off the bat? And then you see, like, Tortorella, the way he's handling Michkov, and it's like, you could have a situation like that where he's being very hard on them, and you're almost wondering, are you losing these guys? And that hasn't happened.
The interesting thing in talking to, I've said it a couple times, talking to Jeff Stoutland yesterday, but it applies with Vic Fangio as well. Stoutland said, he's like, I look for guys who want to be coached and then coach them hard, and they respond. And that has worked well for Stoutland. I think Vic discovered through the Miami experience that finding guys who want to be coached hard will end up paying dividends. Look at a Zach Bond. And you mentioned the young guys, Mike, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. Even Slay has warmed up. Chauncey Gardner, C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Right.
They've all bought in to Vic Fangio's style. And I think it comes from the idea of getting coached up, understanding you don't know what you don't know, and wanting to find it out and get better as a result is going to lead to better contracts, right? More money, it just keeps going. So I think this Eagles team has bought into the hard coaching on both sides.
Yeah, and it's hard to find like a 29-year-old defensive player or offensive player, right, who's made 3 or 4 Pro Bowls want to still be coached hard because normally, and this is just human nature, right? We read about this with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick when Belichick would say, what, the quarterback at Foxborough High could make that throw. And Brady's like, are you serious, dude? Like, he's thinking, I've won 5 Super Bowls and growing, and you're telling me this. But the coach feels he has to be able to treat the star player that way. And the star player feels, well, I've kind of earned a little bit of, I'm looking up at all these rings on your finger, coach, and the banners and all the people in the merchandise and our legacy and thinking like I have something to do with that as the quarterback of the team. Maybe you don't have to coach me as hard as like the backup quarterback who's not on my level. So that's why I said I don't want to go look at the Miami situation and say those guys are a bunch of spoiled prima donna. I just think it was not the right mix of coach to player.
Yeah, because
or they were spoiled prima donnas. I don't know.
Well,
I just don't know.
Yeah, well, I think if memory serves, they did have a lot of injuries in that.
They had a ton. Bradley Chubb got hurt last year for them, and then who's the other? Jalen Phillips, wasn't he hurt as well? Their other pass rusher.
Yep.
Watkins, I think, started off the year.
Well, and then you look at again talking about the offense that you want paired with his defense, and Tua got hurt last year, wasn't he? That really derailed that as well.
Did Tua get hurt in 2020 when Vic was there? I thought he played.
Did he get hurt the year before? Or was it last year?
This year.
He got hurt this year with the concussion.
Was he healthy all last year?
I thought he was, actually, but I can't remember. But
yeah, I'm wrong.
Yeah. But either way, to the point, he did have, on defense especially, a ton of injuries that year. Yeah.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show, and on the Inside the Birds YouTube platform as well. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're going to do our crossover football at 4 with Greg Cosell, who's going to be joining us for today's football at 4. So we got some really good stuff from him as well. Also, later on in the show, former Eagles wide receiver Torrey Smith is going to be joining us here. We'll talk to Torrey Smith at 5 o'clock tonight. How about the conversation with Sean Alexander, by the way? His pursuit of 2,000 yards, he tells us that the game against the Eagles, and I remember that game vividly. It was a snowy night. It was like a Monday night football game. They retired Reggie White's jersey. And he's like, yeah, they pulled me out of the game because we're winning by so much. He's like, I contend if I kept playing in that night, I might have got 2,000 yards in that game. So
he literally might have gotten 2,000 yards in that game, the way the Eagles were playing. They lost 42-0, I think it was.
Yeah, he was pretty fun about, that was a good conversation. But, he is one of very few MVP running backs. 2005, he was the league MVP. He had 1,880 yards and 27 touchdowns that year.
Yeah. That was my first year on the Eagles beat, and that game was one of the first home games I've covered.
The Monday night game?
Yeah, because that was early in the season. It was snowing.
It was like an October night, I think.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird snow, an early snow. Yeah.
It was, I definitely remember the game because it was Reggie White's jersey, and it was snowy, and they lose like 42-0. And we were laughing. We just talked to Sean, for those of you who are just tuned in. The quarterbacks that night were Mike McMahon and Coy Detmer.
Oh.
And what did Alexander say? He's like, they kept throwing touchdowns to the wrong team. He was like, Lofa Tatupo had 3 touchdowns in that game. He's the linebacker.
Crazy.
That's not what you want.
By the way, that year, was Seattle still in the AFC?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't think so.
No?
No.
Are we sure?
They're like the Milwaukee Brewers.
Because
remember
that year they
were
played
an American League team?
Yeah, get back and forth in Houston. That year they played San Diego because they won that game on the field goal block by Quentin, or the block by Matt Ware, and then the recovery by Quentin Michael. Mm-hmm. They played the Raiders that year, and they played
they were in
the Broncos. So why would they have played the Seahawks that year?
They were in the AFC from 78 to 2001.
All right, so it's just a few years later. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show, and Inside the Birds. Broadleys Plumbing Heating, your local source for plumbing, heating, and air conditioning, service and installation since 1911. Visit Broadleys.net. We do want to give a shout out to all our show sponsors this week who are bringing you all these great interviews on the show. That's South Jersey Gas, that's Circle Hyundai, that's Broadleys Plumbing, that's New Jersey Motorsports Park, that's visitsouthjersey.com, and that's Bally Bets. We're going to have plenty more interviews here on the show coming up. Hall of Famer, Dallas Cowboys. Well, I don't know that Daryl Johnson is in the Hall of Fame. He might be in the Cowboys Ring of Honor.
Yeah, I believe he's in Cowboys Ring of Honor.
Yes, he's actually going to be on the show for one of the things that's going to be coming up after the Super Bowl, which is the UFL, the United Football League. The Spring Football League is back, and he is a part of that league. But I'm definitely interested to hear Daryl's insight on the Eagles' running game. Here's a guy who played, and by the way, we're going to have Emmitt Smith on tomorrow's show. He was obviously the lead back for Emmitt. Going to get his insight on this Eagles running game. That's coming up in just about 11 minutes from now here on the Sports Bash. So we'll take a timeout. We'll come back. Daryl Johnson set to join us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live from Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
If you or someone you know needs help getting through a difficult time, start with NJ211. When you reach out to 211, we can connect you to help with housing, utilities, food, childcare, senior services, income support, healthcare, legal issues, and more. Help is available in over 150 languages, and the service is free, confidential, and available 24/7. Need help? Dial 211, text 898-211, or search nj211.org.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business.
Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it, and will beat any print quote.
Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs.
No problem.
I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens.
Totally.
I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing.
I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Oh, up top, Bike Shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time. Woo! Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Same game parlays and slot games for days. Double the fun with the Ballybet app. Let's play. You can bet on football, basketball, baseball, or play blackjack, roulette, even baccarat, y'all. It's double the fun, 2 apps in one. Download it today, but only if you're 21. The Ballybet Sportsbook and Casino app. You can win real money on your phone. No cap. Must be 21 plus, New Jersey only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Ballybet Sportsbook and Casino. Download it.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
So you need a new car or SUV, but you're upside down in your trade, but you're worried about your down payment, but your credit is less than perfect. Bring your butts to any Matt Blatt Kia today. With over 1,100 new Kias, all with zero down, zero payments until April, or get $10,000 in bonus cash, or 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked Kia EV6 and 9. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released. New all-wheel drive Kia Sportage or Sorento. 1.9% for 60 months. Matt Blatt Kia with our PA and New Jersey Kia superstores, Abington, Egg Harbor Township, Toms River, or right to your front door.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, $1,389 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 2/4/25.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township,
and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Now back to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live on Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
All right, 225 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We're on Radio Row in New Orleans. Mike Gill, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, Scott Grayson from Fox 29. We are live on Radio Row this hour, brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating and air conditioning cooling since 1911. We've got so much more happening, including Torrey Smith later. You're going to stick around for Torrey Smith. Remember, Torrey Smith was on that Eagles 2017 Super Bowl champion. We'll get his take on this particular team. I want to ask him as well about the dynamic of when the team lost Carson and what the real reaction was like when there was Nick Foles taking over that team. To see if they all thought, yeah, man, we think we can roll with this. We'll talk to him tonight at 5 o'clock about that. Plus, football at 4, Greg Cosell is going to join us here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So, guys, we got, everybody's got, hey, this can happen, that can happen. Give me an underrated player in this game that you guys think could be a factor.
Huh. You know what? The question in itself is difficult because we've talked so much about, and these are two really good teams. It's hard to find an underrated player at this point.
Yeah, because do you consider Zach Bond underrated anymore?
That's a great. He's the guy's going to be a defensive player of the year candidate.
Right. Is for example, is a Reed Blankenship underrated?
Yeah.
I
would say. So? Well, I mean, in comparison to all the names that we're going to throw out here,
I can see him, having one of those diving picks he does.
He does
potentially.
Do that,
it's always on the ground. He never gets to return it.
Well, could an underrated player be Milton Williams?
I could see that.
I think not for Eagles fans, though. I mean, if you watch him on a week-to-week basis, he's been a pretty dominant player. I know Jalen Carter gets more of the attention, and deservedly so, but when you talk about a front four rush, it actually starts, weirdly, right, with Jalen Carter and Milton Williams. They bring more pressure, I think, on a consistent down-to-down basis than Nolan Smith and Josh Sweat.
And I don't think you consider a Dallas Goedert underrated anymore, right? I mean, he's been around long enough.
Not that he's underrated. He's like, yes. Not that he's underrated. This is going to be fun because we were talking to yesterday Kyle Rudolph about this. Lindsay Rhodes is joining us here.
Hi.
Hello, Lindsay.
Oh, how about the book that's sitting in my spot with Inner Excellence, signed by everybody? This is incredible.
And we hope to add your name to that book list there as well. Some people have scoffed. No, I'm just kidding.
What?
But we were just talking about an underrated player that might stand out in this game. The Super Bowl has had moments where an unknown guy has been the star. And we're trying to go through and we're like, he mentioned Dallas Goedert. We're like, but is he underrated? But on this team, he kind of. We said Milton Williams.
That's a good one. That's a good one because I don't think America knows his name.
We were just saying that.
There's
Eagles
so
fans
many.
know. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I work for Sumer Sports, and we're a data and scouting company, and so we live in the weeds of all of the nerdy numbers and stuff.
By the way, for the people yesterday were listening with Thomas Dimitrov, Lindsay and Thomas on Sumer Sports, they have a show together. And by the way, Thomas was
excellent
yesterday.
He's amazing.
He was awesome. So, fill us in a little bit on the conversation.
Well, so he is a name that pops in all of our AI data that would indicate that you have somebody very, very special there. And you guys, obviously, look at you guys. Congrats on putting together this roster, you guys. The Eagles have clearly compiled a roster full of players that people who are NFL fans are certainly familiar with or becoming more familiar with, the Zach Brons of the world. But his is a name that popped at the top. I put the Eagles just into our AI metrics. And we have the ability to use tracking data for every player on every play to assign numbers to. It's all kind of probability related for pass rush finish, or pass block get off, like that kind of stuff. And so you can measure all of these different things with this tracking data that can tell you who's actually contributing to each play or doing their job well, regardless of the outcome of play, regardless of the people around them. And I think it's just a fascinating way to look at things. And, of course, the Wi-Fi here doesn't work.
Yeah.
Why would it work
awful.
at Media
Yeah,
Row? Guys, that's a
Bowl.
weird thing. Who thought that they should have a Wi-Fi that is
universal,
not behind a pass? It's not password protected on Media Row. Who saw this problem coming? Anyhow,
I know people who that paid for the hardwire and having problems.
Oh, that's not, because that's we don't even want to tell the people what the NFL is charging people for the hardwire. Anyway, this is a conversation nobody's interested in. But
where did Milton Williams jump out on that data that you had?
Well, it's not coming up, but he was number one. I mean, it was there were certain metrics where I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, I've seen metrics about he's one of the top 5 pass rushers at his position in the league, and I don't know because he doesn't play full-time snaps. He's very rotational.
And of the people, there are a lot of people there in Philadelphia that everyone at home could name check, and that's not the one.
Right.
So I think that if we were to identify somebody who, and I don't know if you're going to leave the Super Bowl and go, that's the guy, because I don't know if the way he contributes to plays is you need to get sacks, you need to get tackles, you need to get interceptions. For somebody to actually learn your name after the Super Bowl, you probably need to have done that. But people who know what they're looking for are going to notice him. That's my guess. The underrated guy that I think, and this is kind of flipping the table here of the game, that could be a name that pops like that if the game goes the other way, is Nick Bolton from the Chiefs. I think he's going to have to play a massive role in this game with Saquon. The Chiefs' run defense, as you guys I'm sure have talked about this week, if there is a unit that feels like a hole in this game, it feels like it's the Chiefs' run defense, which particularly down the stretch was not very good. That feels like maybe a problem when you're going up against Saquon Barkley. And so my guess is that Nick Bolton is somebody who is going to have to make a lot of tackles. And if he, by the way, his line is 8.5 tackles. If he does not go over that, I think that is probably a good sign for the people of Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's we just read something earlier. Steve Spagnuolo, 2019, since he came back and took over this defense, never given up a 100-yard rusher in the playoffs. They've given up a big 148, but to a team, but not one player.
And you have to go all the way up to 125 yards to get plus money on Saquon. Are you for real with that? That is wild. 125?
And yet totally feasible.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the thing. It's a good line.
Yeah.
I think I go over. I think I feel comfortable with that.
Might have it on 3 carries.
Yeah.
By the way, Lindsay Rhodes is our guest from Sumer Sports, and her conversation is brought to you by South Jersey Gas, providing reliable natural gas service and energy-saving programs. You can count on South Jersey Gas. Everybody talks about Barkley, Hurts, A.J. Brown, How about Devontae Smith having a big day?
Oh, Devontae Smith. Thank you very much. You took me right where I wanted to go. I'm sure you guys have talked about his history against Spags.
Well, and that's the thing I think is underrated in this game, because it's not that he's underrated. Everybody looks at him, but he's always – it's Brown and Smith. You know, it's like he's the other guy so many times.
His receiving yard prop in this game is 49.5.
You like the over.
Well, let me read to you what he's done against Steve Spagnuolo in the past, and I think you'll like the over. 7 catches, 122 yards, 7 catches, 100 yards, 6 catches, 99 yards.
Is that good? Asking for a friend.
I'm just, like, first of all, I mean, clearly to me that is partially an A.J. Brown story, right? And the fact that Spags, like, without even diving into it further, you're like, okay, so Spags prioritized A.J. Brown taking him out and was like, you know, if this guy but that's wild. That is, I mean, 3 games is a relatively small sample size, but that's 3 games.
How about Jalen Hurts carrying the ball? Because 2 years ago, we talked about that. He had a lot of success rushing, but he was the only one who could do it on the team. How's that projecting in this game?
Did you see on my notes here?
I did not. No,
I actually didn't
I was
have
not looking over your shoulder.
No, I didn't even have it on this part, so I know that you weren't. But it's like you're reading my mind with all of these questions, because I have written down in my notes in this game, will he run? Quarterbacks ran on the Chiefs a lot this season, had a 60% success rate doing that. And so I wonder if Hurts is going to be a big part of this game on the ground. But I mentioned our tracking data, and I thought that this was interesting with regards to Hurts in that department. As far as the 8 quarterbacks that run enough to count as rushing quarterbacks, he ranked 6th and 7th in our all-in-one run metric and elusiveness. And then this, sack avoidance.
Ooh,
yeah.
43rd out of 46.
Yeah.
Like we're dipping into backups if we're going into 46 here. So 43rd. So that tells me though that the injury was bothering him. Right, like, and we had those pockets of the season where, you know, where he would kind of get banged up, and then we'd go, I don't know, is he going to be able to run in this game? And I feel like that happened a little bit more recently that we're having that conversation. And so in this game, will he be able to run? Will that be part of their game plan? Because it would that 60% success rate against the Chiefs for other quarterbacks this season would indicate. Just on paper, if I'm the Eagles coaches, like, here's an opportunity where we can maybe attack a weakness, but is he up to the task at this moment? And so I'll be really interested to see what they do, and if they don't run him, maybe that's also telling us a story about what's happened this year.
And the next data point to that would be if you had a stat for fewest or lowest percentage of fumbles for someone who takes so many sacks, because he has not turned the ball. This is the story of the Eagles season. The guy has taken sack after sack after sack, and every defensive coordinator is probably like, yes, this is what we want. And at the end of the day, there's no turnovers from the Eagles' part.
And by the way, they're like, sacks. That O-line? Did you take a sack with that O-line?
Yeah.
Well, there were times I think
holding on to the ball.
There were times I think he was willing to take a sack rather than potentially put it in
It's almost like they spooked him out so much from turning. He turned the ball over very frequently early in last year.
And then the season opener against the Packers, he had 2, and then
like
2
the first
more in the
4
same
games,
game.
It was a carryover from last year's struggles, entered the first 4 weeks of this year, and then it kind of just dissipated.
I mean, this is better than that. You don't want the turnover, but you also cannot have the sacks either.
Especially
like,
when you're in field goal position.
So it's one of those things that you kind of got to figure out. That's a huge part of quarterback play. I mean, I am not a smart person, but I work with smart people.
You're the only person who came with your laptop, though. That's smart.
That's because I'm not smart enough to have these things memorized, but I was smart enough to look them up, and I'm so excited that you're asking me the questions I know the answers to. But data scientists have told me the most predictive stats with regards to quarterbacks and whether they're going to be good or are good or will be continue to be good. It's oh crap! Now I'm forgetting. Shoot, Lindsay. I know completion percentage over expectations 1. Completion probability, adjusted completion probability is 1. EPA is thrown in there for sure. That I know a lot of people want to use that for every position now. It really is it's a better tool for entire team evaluation and quarterbacks it works for though. And then the other one is pressure to sack ratio. So that's not a great sign for him.
These are, you get so much of this kind of stuff. And again, if you liked our conversation with Thomas yesterday and Lindsay right now, Super Sports, you can check them out, and they talk a lot. These super advanced stats are so fun. We appreciate you jumping on board. I know everybody's schedule gets knocked off, but for you to make it up to us is fantastic. And this conversation with Lindsay Rhodes is brought to you by South Jersey Gas. Conserve your online resource for saving energy and money at southjerseygas.com. Thank you so much, Lindsay.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Lindsay.
All right, we are going to swap from Lindsay over to Jason, and former Eagles wide receiver Jason Avant is here, and he is going to be joining us on the Sports Bash in just a moment. And we appreciate Lindsay jumping on board. The sack avoidance, those type of things, man. Who knows that those kind of stats are coming out? Lindsay, thank you so much. And Jason Avant, we're going to have Jason go from the X receiver role to the slot role here into this spot. And Jason Avant from the inside.
So he went in motion? Is that what Jason just motioned from the outside to the slot where he's always more comfortable?
Yeah, Jason was lined up at X. We moved him to the slot.
Here he had to get out of Billy's seat.
I got out of his seat, and I'm now next to Inner Excellence. We are rolling, baby. I'm feeling the A.J. Brown juice in this chair.
There you go.
So is this type of game the A.J. We were just talking to Lindsay. She threw a lot of Devontae Smith numbers at us. He's had 3 really big games against Spags. Is that something these coaches are aware of, that they can find ways for Smith, or is it a Brown day for you?
Well, for me, it would tend to be a Devontae day. The reason is because he'll have Jalen Watson. And at times Trent McDuffie does carry, he carries to A.J. Brown, and that's going to be a harder matchup. Not saying that A.J. can't win that one, but it's going to be a lot easier going against Jalen Watson. So I would be that guy to target the least effective corner. So that could mean Devontae Smith could have a great day. And also Shamari Connor in the slot. I don't think Devontae that he can cover Devontae either. So there's multiple guys that Devontae can be on that he can take advantage of.
The Eagles haven't thrown the ball more than 25 times a game usually. Now they did in the NFC Championship game a little bit more than that. How do you see this game? More than 25 pass attempts or less?
Well, if I was Spagnuolo, the thing that you have to do is you have to commit an extra guy to the line of scrimmage. That's either a 5-man front. That's either bringing a linebacker up to the line of scrimmage. So what that's going to force the Eagles to do is throw it at times, and that's going to leave one-on-one matchups. And Jalen loves going outside. And one thing that the Eagles did in the NFC Championship is that most of their passes started with the ball being faked into the running back's belly, which led to a play-action type of a play, which, brings linebackers up, to make the reads a lot easier for Jalen on the back end. So I think that can happen again. And it was reminiscent of last year at times, earlier in the year and the year before that.
Jay, I was rewatching the Super Bowl from 2 years ago, and I had forgotten how many big plays. He didn't have 13 catches, but Dallas Goedert was a huge part of the third down offense especially, and it wasn't wide open across the middle. Jalen was really targeting him even in some tight windows. Do you continue to believe that he is sort of the swing play? AJ's the star, Hurts does his thing, but it feels like when the Eagles are right offensively, it's because Dallas Goedert is almost where they start and then branch out from there.
I think it's always good because he can get the easiest catches being over the middle and being in that position most of the time. He's the guy that's going to be forgotten about the most. And you can see that in the last game when they went, stretch zone outside and they rolled it back to the right or to the left. He was the guy that was being targeted. And we've been asking for that on Inside the Birds and the Q&A show all year for play action and movement.
Right.
And he is the movement guy that you're going to be able to throw a screen backside to or a guy in the flat. So I think the game starts that way. And once you get him going, guys' confidence gets to going. And he'll have the opportunities. Again, in order to limit Saquon Barkley, you got to cover people in isolation at times. And here's the big thing. Q talked about this, and Quentin Michaels, on a show of mine with the Q&A podcast, Inside the Birds. He talked about Spagnuolo and this Jim Johnson defense. If Jalen runs early when in dropbacks, it kind of puts the defense in a bind, and it causes them to be less aggressive when it comes to blitzing, and you have to keep more eyes, sort of like they were rushing 4 a lot against Josh Allen early in that game.
I think obviously everybody just assumes Barkley's going to have a big run or big something. But when you have 2 weeks,
Eventually it's going to happen.
When you have 2 weeks to get ready for him, how does that change? And Spagnuolo's a guy who comes up with some quirky things. Is that something that they really focus on, or is it just inevitable?
No, you probably start, but the Eagles don't go away from the run game. Since week 4, week 5, the Eagles are consistent with pounding the run. So eventually it's going to crack. And it may not be in the first half. It may be in the third quarter. But if you give him the ball 20-plus times, one of those is going to go for 50. One of those is going to go for 30. So I just think it's a matter of time with Saquon. Yes, they can limit him probably early, but the Eagles will do a great job. They have the best offensive line coach in football, I believe, and Jeff Stoutland, and he's great at making adjustments.
What? You play with some great backs. We've seen, Westbrook and Deuce, they have their styles, and we've seen some really good backs. What makes Saquon, like, when you're a really good back and then you're Saquon Barkley, what is it about him that when they say you can't just pull a guy in the 5th round, yeah, he can be productive, but why is Saquon different?
Well, all of these guys that you're talking about have great vision, and Saquon is another guy with great vision. He has the ability to cut back. He has the ability to have power if he needs it. But the ability that Saquon had that most running backs don't have, he has the combination of agility and vision, but he has the ability to take it to the house. Usually guys that can take it to the house are smaller frame guys, so they go down easy with tackles. They don't have the best vision. They're used in gadget-type situations. No, he is a combination of everything that you want in a running back. If you're building him on Madden, that's the guy that you actually build. It's him because he has that home run ability along with everything else. Great vision. He catches the ball well. There isn't anything. He picks up the blitz pretty well. There isn't anything that he can do, and that's something that God has just doused him with that no one else really has. He has that ability.
Yeah, 2 words I was going to say answer your question. Reverse hurdle. None of those guys, nor could Eric Dickerson or anybody else have done that.
No, I mean, he's got like that almost like bow-legged ability to kind of like innately spin when you have to, but he has the frame that can handle the you know what I mean? Like
Jay remembers this, right? I remember a running play he had where he was pressing the hole, it wasn't there, and he moved laterally, like from the A gap to the B gap, and then he spun
out.
And so I'm like, who spins laterally? You do it like in Madden, you go, then you see the defender coming and you spin. You don't just spin while you're pressing the line.
It was a negative play, and it should have been a 2-yard loss, ended up in a 4 or 5 yard gain.
Yeah.
And it's like those like little plays like that. And then you add that on to a Dallas Cowboys 90s type of offensive line, and it's just as much because he's more talented than Emmitt Smith will be, and that's saying he's Hall of Famer. He's much more talented than that.
When you look at this, part of the key at times has been the blocking by his receivers. Yeah, I know the receivers. You want the ball, you want to catch the ball. How about the underrated part of the game that is the way that A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and some of those other Jahan Dotson, how they've blocked this year?
You guys remember Devin Hester, right? Devin Hester was a special returner. He had Dave Tobe as a coach. But when the players saw Devin Hester had the ability to take the house, they blocked harder. And most of those guys were pretty much buttholes out there blocking for Devin Hester. And it was receivers. It was everyone just blocking their tail off. And that's what happens when you have a guy that can change the game. It motivates you because you realize that you're just not blocking in vain. A lot of guys are 4 yards in a cloud of dust. By the time you get to the safety, the play's over, so why keep going to the safety? No, with Saquon, this could be the one that goes to the house, so therefore they're more motivated, and they know that they're playing meaningful football. A lot of these things that guys don't block, they're playing for the Jacksonville Jaguars or whoever else it is. They're not going anywhere, and they know that. So why put my body on the line?
Well, we saw it. The game last week or 2 weeks ago against Washington, okay, he gets to the second level, and it's like, okay. But that's where he has a block out there from a receiver, and then that's where the spin, and he takes off.
Yeah.
It's like he has the receiver buying in to block for him 10 yards down the field. He turns 10, into 20 on the spin, and then the speed gets them the extra 40.
There you go. And you have guys, you have A.J. Brown being willing to go down and block a defensive end on that play. You have Jordan Mailata blocking down the field, turning everything back. Dallas Goedert in front, blocking a guy. And then you have Jahan Dotson, who's on the backside of the play going to block the safety, giving it his all because they know what's on the line. They know what type of player he is.
Jay, which coach in this game, offense or defense, will have to, I don't want to say deviate, but maybe come up with something a little bit different for this game? The pregnant pause. I made you think, didn't I?
No. It can be a lot. It can be a
For
lot.
those of you watching on YouTube,
Yeah.
Saul, Jason Avant,
yeah.
deep thought.
Yeah. So it could be a combination of a couple people.
Okay.
It definitely can be Fangio.
You think?
Yeah. The reason is because the success that Patrick Mahomes has had against him, he's going to have to do something different. And the way that we play zone defense for a guy that has that type of vision is going to be hard to him not to pick up first downs. So I think this is a bend but don't break type of a defense for Vic Fangio, and we can't allow them to get in the red zone.
Right.
But that guy is entirely too good for us to play zone the entire time. Vic Fangio is going to have to come up with some new wrinkle, something else in order to confuse him. And on the back end, Spagnuolo, if Jalen takes off, he's going to have to do something that he's not comfortable with, which is be patient in his blitzing packages on third down. If a guy's taking off on you, and you and Nick Bolton or whoever it is out there trying to block or tackle him, and he gets by him, it could be Christmas. So
Nick Bolton reference.
Yeah.
We got one before.
They got small guys in the linebacker area. So our line, if we can get to the second level with Tranquil and Bolton, they're way too they're undersized. So if we can get downhill, we'll be in good
Now,
position.
you said our line. You did have a couple coffees with the
sorry
Chiefs, right?
No. I just had to go to make the money back.
Real quick,
Coach Reed, I love you though, buddy.
Coach, you played. We went with Andy there. Before we get out of here, does the Chiefs receiving core worry you at all in this game? Worthy's a speed guy. You got Kelsey, Hopkins. I mean, you look at the matchup there. Flip that script. The Kansas City receiving core, real quick on that.
People think that they don't have weapons. They actually have a lot of
solid.
They have solid playmakers. They have solid. They're solid everywhere. And you know what they do have? And this is what I say. They have foxhole guys that are hard to tackle. It's hard as ever to tackle, the likes of Pacheco, Hunt, Travis Kelce, Xavier Worthy because of his speed and these guys.
And Andy's creative in getting him the ball.
Creative, yeah. So now they run a college-style offense a lot now, just with RPOs and things like that because the offensive line can't block. But they are creative with Travis Kelce. They are creative with Xavier Worthy. And the thing that worries me is if they get down toward the red zone and now you put one of those guys like Xavier Worthy, he was in the third position last week, got an easy, cheap touchdown in the flat. And that's like our kryptonite is low red zone. So, yeah, and also DeAndre Hopkins on jump balls down there, Darius Slay, guys like that. He can out-athlete those guys in that position.
Jason Avant, everybody, former Philadelphia Eagle, longtime Eagle. Q&A is the show on the Inside the Birds Network. You can check that out with Quentin Michael, who apparently said it was too expensive to come down here.
Yeah, too expensive.
But, Jason, great stuff, man. It's great to see you.
You too,
a couple years ago, we met him on Radio Row in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And he's calling me on the phone saying, they won't let me in. I said, well, you're Jason Avant. I'm a nobody. Great to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, too, man.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, good to see you.
All right, when we come back next hour, Football at 4, Greg Cosell is our Football at 4. He'll break down the tape of this game from every single angle. That's coming up next here. And by the way, that conversation with Jason Avant was brought to you by Bally Bet. Double the fun with Bally Bet Sportsbook and Casino. New customers get both the Sportsbook and Casino offer. Download it now. And we want to thank Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Service and Installation since 1911. Visit Broadly.net. They bring you the 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. Don't forget our great sponsors, South Jersey Gas, Circle Hyundai, Broadlee's Plumbing, New Jersey Motorsports Park. Visit SouthJersey.com and Bally Bet. Greg Cosell, Football at 4. It's coming up next.
Super Bowl 59 is on Westwood One.
The Philadelphia Eagles are headed to New Orleans.
Now the Chiefs are on the doorstep of history, going for a third consecutive Super Bowl.
Hi, everybody. I'm Scott Graham. Join Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner, Laura Oakman, Gene Steratore, Devin McCourty, and me for all the action right here.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's home of Super Bowl 59.
Blow the whistle. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. There's only one official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, and that's Chickies and Pete's. Ready for the big game? Go where the players go. Don't wait. Reserve your table right now for the big game for all of our locations at chickiesandpete's.com. The best in-game experience anywhere. Be the MVP of your big game with Chickie and Pete's to-go catering. The Eagles are in the big game. Chickies and Pete's.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
It's universal.
Can I get a root canal instead?
People strongly dislike the process of moving.
Please, anything but moving.
Because let's face it, it's hard. But if you've got to do it, make it as painless as possible.
Moving is a breeze with Clark's Moving and Storage. Use Clark's Moving and Storage for your next local or long-distance move. Visit Clark's Moving and Storage online at clarksmoving.net.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Every bet you place brings you closer to the perks only Caesars can offer. So download the app using the promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in New Jersey who are 21 or older. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is bonus bet. Bonus bet expired 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If there was an easy way for you to look fabulous right now, wouldn't you want to know about it? Well, then you're in luck, thanks to the Look Fabulous Now lift from Dr. Lyle M. Back Cosmetic Surgery Center of Cherry Hill. The Look Fabulous Now lift is an outpatient procedure that can rejuvenate, renew, restore, and refresh your face, jawline, and neck in as little as 2 hours. Patients feel renewed and refreshed, looking and feeling years younger in a natural way. Call 856-MAKEOVER or visit ilovelylback.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
I'm Merrill Reese from Mike's Seafood Polar Bear Run Walk for Autism in Sea Isle City. The Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism has been promoting awareness and raising funds for special service schools and families of special needs children. Come join over 5,000 participants in the 5K race and the Family Fun Walk, followed by a great after party. Join us in huge heated tents where there will be great food, unbelievable door prizes, and the awards ceremony. The party is not just for the runners and walkers, it's for the entire family. They'll have clowns, superheroes, and face painters for the kids. For more information or to register, go to polarbearrunwalkforautism.com. That's polarbearrunwalkforautism.com.
Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism is Saturday, February 15th at JFK on the Boardwalk in Sea Isle City. Registration is from 9:30 to 11:30. Run Walk starts at noon. That's Saturday, February 15th at JFK on the Boardwalk in Sea Isle City. Any day you could do something for children with disabilities, it's a good day.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
This is the Sports Bash, live from Radio Row at the New Orleans Convention Center, home of Super Bowl 59. Now, here's Mike Gill and the Sports Bash.
And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, the 4 o'clock hour is brought to you by Ernest & Sons Beat Market in Brigantine and Clark's Moving and Storage. Mike Gill, Jeff Mosher from Inside the Birds and the Inside the Birds podcast. And right now, a part of the Inside the Birds family. He'll be a part of the big pregame show, right? You guys will be doing a Super Bowl pregame show. And our conversation with Greg Cosell is brought to you by Circle Hyundai off exit 109. It's worth the drive. Huge rebates and savings on every Circle Hyundai in stock. Visit CircleHyundai.com. First time on the Sports Bash, Greg Cosell, the master of the tape breakdown, is with us here on the show for a little Football at 4 special Super Bowl edition. Greg, good to meet you. Good to have you on the Sports Bash.
Good to be with you guys.
Well, let's break down this game here, right? Shall we? We talked enough about this game? Not really. There's so many angles in this game.
What game?
Right. There are so many angles in this game, Greg, and I'm interested from a guy who studies the film as much as you do. There are so many angles, in my opinion.
Well, there's always angles in every game, obviously.
Right,
yes.
But this game has so many interesting little individual.
So what interests you? Point me in a direction.
So Kelsey. Is he the guy, like in Belichick's world, where you have to find the guy and go take him out? Is he still the guy for them?
Well, it's funny you say that because he's become an interesting player because this year was clearly the way he was deployed a different Kelsey. I mean, I studied him a lot through the playoffs, and one of the things that he was so great at, which really made their offense, was when it got to be third down, he would get the first down. The ball would be thrown to him. This year, he was way, way down in terms of receptions that produce first downs. So, obviously, you're not going to go into a game saying, we don't need to deal with Kelsey, but it's been a little different kind of season. So it's, I guess the bottom line point is you still have to deal with him and by the way, that relates to the fact that what the Chiefs have really evolved into is really a third down conversion offense. And we've talked about this through, the last number of weeks as well, just in general, talking football, is that's what the Chiefs really are. They're not really a big playoff. They haven't been. And as I keep telling people, all we have is what we have up to this point. You don't know what's going to happen on Sunday. We have
love that take.
We have no idea. All we have is what we have up to this point. Super Bowls, things happen. But up to this point, the Chiefs have not been a big play downfield passing team. They've been a third down conversion offense. And Mahomes' legs are always a bigger factor in the playoffs.
It was a big factor in Super Bowl 57.
Yeah,
a huge one. People are concerned, I think, about the Kelsey angle because of the NFC Championship game and watching Zach Ertz.
Yes.
But When you watch tape, do you feel like that's not a legitimate concern?
No.
It's not an apples to apples? Why not?
I'd be very surprised. Again, that's the fun thing about this is that you can sit here and talk, and then people think, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, of course we don't 100% know what we're talking about. We're not the coaching staffs.
Right.
But there were a number of man-to-man coverage concepts in that NFC Championship game in which Blankenship, who, by the way, I think is a really good player, was man-to-man on Ertz. I'd be surprised if we saw that. Now, that doesn't mean you'll never see it, but I'd be surprised if that was foundationally approach that they took, which gets to another point, which we've talked about, not specifically, Jeff, you and I and Adam, about this game, but just in general about the Eagles in that how much nickel that they play. And it would not surprise me when they do go man in their nickel if Cooper DeJean is when the Chiefs are in two tight end sets, which they are a lot, by the way.
Right, yeah.
If Cooper DeJean is the matchup on Kelsey.
Last year, Oren Burks was in this game, and they went after him, it seemed like. They targeted him a lot. If you're Philadelphia or if you're Kansas City, are you looking for Burks, or are you trying to make sure Burks is not defending Kelsey especially third downs?
It's a different defense, so that's a hard question to answer because obviously he was with the Niners, Burks to me is an interesting player in this game because he's so athletic. What we did at NFL Films and for our matchup show, our Super Bowl matchup show, which airs this weekend, is we went back and looked at a couple of the games, I think maybe 3 or 4, of when Vic Fangio was with Denver because he played Mahomes 6 times in 2 years.
Yeah.
And Mahomes had great games, by the way. And he did not really spy. So I don't know if that's a Vic Fangio thing, like I'm not a spy believer. I don't know. I haven't talked to Vic Fangio about it. But I kept thinking, could Burks be sort of that guy? Even if they play zone coverage, is he sort of that low rat player, as they call it, where he's in position to spy? Because he's 6'3", 230. He's played safety in college. He's very long and rangy and athletic. Again, I don't know the answer to that, but it's just something that crossed my mind. And that's situational. Obviously, that's not going to happen 30 times in the game. All this stuff's situational.
Yeah. So I'll give you another interesting
Go ahead.
storyline.
No, I love it. Because I don't like the clean slates because I could give you 20 things and then my brain just gets muddled.
I thought he was going to say I don't like the boring storyline. I like the interesting storyline.
Right.
Caliendo. Everybody that we've talked to this week seems to think he's the weak link. Tooney moves outside. How does that affect this game?
We've talked about that. I mean, they made the change with Tooney just because their left tackle position was so poor. And so it's probably they made that change maybe 3-4 games remaining in the regular season. And they brought Mike Caliendo. I always want to say Frank Caliendo.
Everybody.
Yeah, I know. But they brought Mike Caliendo.
Tooney's being Frank Caliendo.
Right.
Cosplaying as a left tackle.
Right. So here's the sort of the points that go along with that. Jalen Carter has almost exclusively lined up at left defensive tackle. But he does have snaps at right defensive tackle. And, in fact, in the NFC Championship game, he played 6 snaps at right defensive tackle, the most he's played in any game this year. Most offenses slide their center to Carter when he's at left defensive tackle. Will the Chiefs do that? They have Trey Smith, who's arguably the best right guard in the NFL. Mm-hmm. They may say, you know what, Trey, you're pretty good. You can block him one-on-one. In which case, that would negate the Milton Williams-Caliendo 101, which I think mightily favors the Eagles, because I think Milton Williams has had a phenomenal season and has been at times a dominant player. So that is a real element of this game that, again, we don't know the answer to, but I think it's worth looking at early in the game, particularly when you get into some long yardage situations. How do the Chiefs decide to pass protect? Because they also may decide they need to help Tooney. Because while Tooney's held his own, there have also been one-on-one snaps against good pass rushers, certainly the Texans with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, but others as well where he's gotten handled a bit.
I do real quick, Jeff. Mm-hmm. I do. We're talking with Greg Cosell. We're doing our Football at 4 special today. I do find it interesting that Milton Williams and Josh Sweat are both free agents, and there's a great stage to make some money, man. There's a great stage to get paid.
I mean, I would.
And one of them just hired Drew Rosenhaus, by the way.
Yep.
Who did?
Josh Sweat.
Well, it's interesting because, obviously Jeff knows me well, Mike, but, none of this for me is personal, but, I love Milton Williams' tape. I loved him coming out of college. I remember talking with Fran Duffy, who was with the Eagles at the time, and now doing other things and does a phenomenal job. And he even mentioned to me, he said, hey, it was early in the process. He said, "You got to look at this kid, Milton Williams." And I looked at him and I loved him coming out. And I don't think he's disappointed at all. In fact, I think he's been terrific.
Well, ironically, he was the guy that the tape came out and showed that Howie went to give the high five, and there was like, okay, whatever. But both those players turned out to be pretty good. McNeil turned out to be a good player in Detroit, too.
Right. They're different players.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Very different.
So, again, and that's the thing that a lot of people forget when it comes to draft and just players is how players, what they are and how they can be deployed. Lee McNeil's a really good football player. Milton Williams is a different player, much more of a pass rush type player. But Williams has been really good this year.
Greg, we know that no huddle is something that the Eagles do quite a bit.
Yeah.
They use it effectively. I'm actually wondering it from the other side. Do the Chiefs use it much? And knowing that the Eagles are very, for what they usually are, pretty thin rotationally up front, would you expect the Chiefs to try to do something to keep the Eagles from subbing and try to keep those players on the field as long as they can?
That's a great point. Especially if the Eagles are in their base and Jordan Davis is on the field.
Yeah.
Because Jordan Davis, he's flashed in every game. You see 2 or 3 plays that you go, wow. But we've seen even to this point in his career where if he has to play 4 or 5 plays in a row, it just gets hard for him.
Yeah, you better flash when you're playing 12 to 13 snaps.
Right.
Every once in a while.
Well, what was it, the NFC Championship game? He played 13 snaps?
13
snaps. And might have been his best game of the season.
Well, there you go. I believe there's causation there.
Right. No, but that's an interesting point that, you could see the Chiefs take that approach, particularly when early downs, when the Eagles are in base, just keep staying with, what they have on the field and keep going no huddle.
Right.
They could do that. That raises a really interesting question because the more snaps Davis plays consecutively, the less effective he is. That's been the case since he came in the league.
If you're watching the Chiefs' defensive film, is this a Barkley game?
What do you mean if? He's watching it every day. He watches Chiefs.
I know. Is this a Barkley game? Does it match up better for a Barkley type of game or match up better for maybe a Hurts running game or a A.J. Smith day?
Well, it's funny you ask that because you go back to the Super Bowl 2 years ago when it was Spags. And keep in mind, coaches coach against coaches as much as they coach against players. And in the first half of that game 2 years ago, the Super Bowl, Hurts had 10 designed runs in the first half. 10. Wow. These were not scrambles. 10 designed runs for 52 yards. The Eagles made that a Hurts game right from the start because he had 18 pass attempts in the first half and 10 designed runs. And there's just a part of me, even though the Eagles have not really played that way this year, Mike, there's just a part of me that thinks they might be aggressive with Hurts in this game.
A lot of people have brought that point up, that, hey, there's no tomorrow. Maybe you see Hurts just kind of, or them let
Well,
Hurts
they know
let
they're going to get a lot of man-to-man on the outside. And so it's going to be defined for Hurts. He's not, this is not a game where he's going to have to do a lot of reading of zone coverage and figuring it out. There's going to be, clean reads in this game. And I just, like I said, I don't know this.
Yeah.
It's just a gut that I think that they might come out throwing the ball a little more than some might expect given what Barkley has accomplished this year.
We've talked a lot this week about the good versus good. What the Chiefs do well, the Eagles do well on defense. What the Chiefs do well offensively, and vice versa. One stat I read I thought was really interesting that fits that category is that the Chiefs lead the NFL in yards when the ball is thrown behind the line of scrimmage. So they're a very
You mean
good,
offensively?
Yes, offensively.
Yes.
They're a very good screen team.
Yes.
The Eagles lead the NFL defensively in when the ball is thrown behind the line of scrimmage. Defending it. So yet another case where it's cat and mouse, good on good.
Yeah, I mean, that's why these games are so hard to figure definitively. And I know everybody wants that, and I get that. That's the business. People want a definitive answer. I don't live in that world, unfortunately, because, look, I work really hard, as everybody knows. I watch a ton of tape, which doesn't make me right about everything. But because of that, I'm a process guy. And I always feel if you're not within the process of the teams as they prepare in their meetings and everything, there's just some things you can't know.
Sure.
Right. So, I can't give a definitive, well, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
You just don't know.
Right.
And there's 2 weeks here now. So teams do add some things and tweak some things. Yeah, they can't change everything about their whole philosophy, but they do, there's a few tweaks, especially when you have a veteran team. The Chiefs have a defense. A lot of those guys have been together. So, Spags is going to have something that's a little different.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, we're talking with Greg Cosell, Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live. Just a couple more minutes here as we get ready for this game on Sunday, which you can hear on 97.3 ESPN. And, Spags, you wonder, we've seen so many times Hurts, when he gets flushed out of that pocket, it seems like the play's dead, right? Does he send a lot of pressure straight up the middle early on in this game to try to get Hurts out of some rhythm and out of some timing? And is that playing to the Eagles' hands?
It's funny, and again, we don't know this, but Spags is not, contrary to what people believe, a high percentage pressure guy. He's just really good at it situationally. So it seems like he does it a lot. But, compared to some other teams in the league, he's not a high percentage blitz guy. What he does maybe better than any team in the league is use defensive backs as part of his pressure scheme. And that becomes a little harder for offensive linemen who live in the world with their hand on the ground. They're looking for mushrooms. They don't necessarily see defensive backs. And that's a coaching thing, and that's a preparation thing all through the weeks leading up to the Super Bowl. But, that's what he does exceptionally well. Justin Reed is someone you have to be aware of as a blitzer in those critical high-leverage situations because he's so good at that.
And by the way, that all comes from the mentor. That was a Jim Johnson staple.
Without
a guy
question.
who people thought blitzed a lot, but only blitzed. It only looked that way because when he did, he brought it, and he would bring from all levels, right? Brian Dahl. He used to blitz Joselio Hansen from the slot. I mean,
there's a name. Yeah, there's a name.
I'm showing my age now.
Yeah,
but no, he was.
No, but you're right.
That all comes from Jim.
It all comes from that. So yeah.
So many people this week, Greg, we'll get you out on this one, have said the Eagles have the better roster. They have Reed and Mahomes. Is that fair?
I think that's too simplistic. Because the roster doesn't play against the roster.
Yeah.
So I think that's simplistic.
Because you said it earlier, this isn't a big playoff. We were talking about this yesterday. The Chiefs, of every team that's ever reached the Super Bowl, win or lose, have the second least amount of explosive plays.
Yeah.
So this is not a big play offense. I think your description of third downs, they just find ways to keep drives
It's
going.
all schematic.
Right.
I mean, it's not finding ways, it's schematic. They're good at it. But another thing, just Mike, as we go out here, I do think the Chiefs are going to take some shots early with Brown and Worthy and just test. And it wouldn't surprise me if Slay is the guy they test.
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting.
The root of that statement, though, is correct. The Eagles, I think you would agree, have a better 53.
Yes.
They are more talented team.
but that's not
You're
the way
right.
the games play out.
Of course, the better team doesn't always win.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, third down ranks, QBR, number one.
Yeah.
First down percentage, number one.
Yep.
Touchdowns to interceptions, 12-1.
Are you telling me this Mahomes guy is good? Is that what you're trying to say?
Become the full-time starter. He has the fourth highest QBR on third down in history. The guy's pretty good.
They're great on third down. It's a combination of scheme and personnel, but they're really good on third down.
He's Greg Cosell, and, of course, this is Football at 4, and you heard it right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Make sure you check out Greg as part of the Inside the Birds pregame extravaganza here in New Orleans.
I like that.
And we appreciate you stopping by.
This was awesome, guys. Thanks so
much
much.
fun.
Yeah.
Great insight. And that conversation with Greg Cosell was brought to you by Circle Hyundai off exit 109. It's worth the drive. Huge rebates and savings on every Circle Hyundai in stock at CircleHyundai.com. This hour of the Sports Badge is brought to you by Ernest & Sons Meat Market. They've got delivery for the big game. Pick up, order early. Call now, 609-266-1588. Go Birds. Clark's Moving and Storage. And, of course, our friends over at Clark's Moving and Storage, a big part of this 4 o'clock hour here. You can name it. They can move it. Everything from hot tubs, pianos, and anything you need. Call Clark's Moving and Storage today for a quote. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN from the Big Easy.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live from Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by Ernest & Sons Meat Market and Clark's Moving and Storage.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business.
Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it, and will beat any print quote.
Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs.
No problem.
I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens.
Totally.
I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing.
I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Are you ready, South Jersey? As the Birds soar to the big game, Broadleys is here to keep your home comfort in the game. Don't let a broken heater or leaky pipe ruin your celebration. Call Broadleys Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning for fast, reliable service you can trust. Just dial 609-390-3907 or visit Broadleys.net. Go Birds and go with Broadleys, your hometown plumbing and heating champs since 1911.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21. At NJM Insurance, we're like a symphony. It all starts by doing the right thing. Add in dedicated reps. And put policyholders first. But no jingles or mascots because it's just not us. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Now back to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live on Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by Ernest & Sons Meat Market and Clark's Moving and Storage.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Big Easy Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And our conversation coming up is brought to you by South Jersey Gas, providing reliable natural gas service and energy-saving programs you can count on. And, of course, it is the NBA trade deadline day. The NBA does this every year. They put the trade deadline on when everybody's here, not thinking about the NBA. But a lot of stuff is happening. We'll get into all that right now. He is the host of Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN, weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. Evan Cohen is live in the flesh in the Big Easy. He is with me here on the Sports Bash. All right, Evan Cohen, what's up, man?
Can we just tell everybody behind the scenes of our first interaction yesterday? So I have been on with you a million times. You and I have kind of hit it off, have a friendship here, and we've never met in person, to my knowledge.
No.
So I stopped you yesterday because I saw you, and you're about to go into the bathroom. And I made the move to stop you en route to the bathroom while you had to go. Was that the wrong thing for me to do? Should I have waited for you to exit the bathroom?
I love the question. It's a very critical thinking question. I need to use my inner excellence here. I was a little startled because I heard my name, and I'm in an area where there's a lot bigger personalities than little Mike Gill in Atlantic City, right? Although I'm a bigger man. So when I hear, hey, Mike, and I turn around, now mind you, I've been in Thailand. I just got home. The hours are all over. I don't know what day or time it is. And I can't see, that gentleman over there in the blue shirt. I can't make out who that is. Okay. So we're about that far. So I was a little startled, who's calling me? There was a guy, because yesterday, by the way, the day I had a Vanderbilt shirt on, and some guy said to me, anchor down. And I had no idea what that meant.
I wouldn't have known what that meant. Why did you have a Vanderbilt shirt?
I've been to the campus, and I have shirts of campuses I've been to.
But you take pride in your West Virginia fandom.
I know. I have it on today. You know why? McAfee blocked me on Twitter, and I'm trying to get to the root of it.
Why did he block you? You have no idea. That's why you're trying to get to the root of it.
So
what's going to happen? So he's going to see you in that shirt.
He might, he's a WV guy.
WV, and then you're going to first say, you blocked me on Twitter?
Yeah, because we went through all my old posts, and I've mentioned him twice, and none of them negative.
Well, that's an odd, that interaction would be weirder than me stopping you en route to the bathroom.
Did you think it was weird when you stopped me?
Wait, hold on. I left one part out of it. Just to talk to you about KJ Martin getting traded to the Pistons at the time. And that's what it was. I mean, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah. Well, the trade deadline, as we mentioned, is happening, and there was a trade earlier this morning. Reggie Jackson, first-round picks, second-round picks. I mean, you can't keep up with these trades down here. But so after you stopped me, you asked me, you did offer me a bagel, which I thought was nice.
I did?
Yeah, you said, would you like a bagel?
Oh, I did. Oh, thanks, man.
Well, because the bagel offering is very key because they don't really offer enough breakfast substance here.
I don't know. We have a whole catered setup.
You guys do, right.
Yeah.
The peasants like us, not so much. You go upstairs, you're getting a little yogurt.
Do they have a food court here and stuff?
There's a media room upstairs that
I
has
didn't even
drinks and Danishes, a lot of carbs, although a bagel would be in the carb family.
Yeah.
You did offer me the bagel. But did you think it was odd when I left that I just yelled at this man's name? Not even potentially, could not have been me.
Oh, I know it was you. I recognized you. But at the same time, I then felt guilty because clearly you had to go to the bathroom so badly that you're like, all right, listen, I got to go. And you're just we're in the middle of breaking down the Sixers' future second-rounders. I don't know if it was because you had to go to the bathroom or I was boring you to death, which I may be doing to the audience right now, as a matter of fact.
No, because you know why? Because I'm going to ask you about Jimmy Butler getting traded.
Okay.
You're a big Heat guy. You've been on the show many years. Were you for Butler getting traded? He had said he wouldn't sign an extension. Then he did sign an extension. Does this even make sense to play in Golden State? I mean, this whole trade happened while I was in the NFL store, which, by the way, a T-shirt was $57.
A T-shirt?
A Fanatics T-shirt, just a gray Eagles fly, 50. These guys all walked out. So my producer Nick, my other producer Pete, and our weekend guy Billy, they all bought stuff. Not one guy walked out of there under $200.
That is ridiculous. $57
for a Fanatics plain gray tee.
That's a little too much.
I agree.
Okay.
And at that point, I walked out. So I'm standing in the exit, and I text everybody, hey, I'm outside. And I see Jimmy Butler gets traded.
Yeah.
And my thought is, I have Evan Cohen on,
okay.
and I want to hear his reaction.
So let me start with this. First off, thank you to Jimmy Butler, because I can't not at least go there first. Because if you think about the success he gave you guys in Philadelphia, you guys had an almost great run. The Kawhi shot, obviously, you thought you were going to go deeper into the playoffs. What I got as a Heat fan is 2 appearances in the NBA Finals. So I'm not going to be prisoner of the moment and just think about the last 2 months. I'm going to think about the totality of the years, 5, 6 years, whatever it was, that he was in Miami. A huge win. You make that deal all over again 1,000,000 times over. Now, I don't know if the Sixers would, but you make that deal 1,000,000 times over, okay? That's number one. Number two, I look at it and I say that as much as I thought maybe they could figure it out, where they could find a way to keep him, it had to end. And it ended yesterday. And I think
everything with Butler eventually.
Oh, I know. But I thought maybe there was going to be a different story at the end of this, and there was not. But I look at this and I say it had to end. The trade wasn't perfect because they took on more years of Wiggins and Kyle Anderson, at least as of now, than I wanted them to. But
that's exactly what I was surprised by.
The
years on their deals.
Yeah. But in general, Andrew Wiggins will help this team. A first-round pick from the Warriors will help this team. And I'm surprised that the Warriors didn't play hardball with him. They just gave him a contract blindly. They didn't even say, you know what,
so
get
what was
here.
The whole he didn't want to sign an extension there?
Well, he wanted to get to the Suns. So he was trying to scare everybody off until he got to the Suns. Mm-hmm. He knew at the end he couldn't get to the Suns. So then it's like, okay, well, what brings you joy? It's really just the money.
One of my favorite Jimmy Butler moments in Philly, Brett Brown's the coach at the time. And he has a big game. And Brett Brown says, that was James Butler.
That's literally not my name.
And
That's
said,
what he said.
My name is literally Jimmy. It says it on my birth certificate. And at that moment, I was like, I don't know that this is going to be.
That was an amazing moment. That everyone he just thought, like, oh, grown-up game. Like, he's gone from Jimmy to James. Well, the reason he's not James is because it's not his name.
Exactly. But, to be fair to Brett, most people name Jimmy James.
Yeah, but not Butler.
No. But, the whole thing with Butler was that whole famous thing where he said, you chose to bias over me.
Yeah.
That's not really accurate. People know that, right?
Well.
They chose Ben Simmons over him.
Right.
Now, hindsight, that's asinine. But in reality, you got to keep Ben Simmons over Jimmy Butler at that time, right or wrong? Now, remember, Ben's a 3-time All-Star. He's the number 1 pick.
I'm glad you said it the way you said it.
He's 23 years old.
At that time.
Yes.
If that was your choice, they're never going to do that. Here's the thing. One thing I've said about Jimmy Butler is that he's been right a lot about some of the moves that some of the suggestions that he's made of, don't do this, do that, whatever it may be. Like, he was right. In Minnesota, Cat and Wiggins were not a fit, right, with him. In Philly, he was questioning Simmons. He was right. I think there is something to his take on some of these things, Mike, but at least with the Heat, for me, this was just a money thing. This wasn't him necessarily saying, oh, Bam's not good or Tyler Hero's not good.
Right.
That's not at all.
And the perception with Jimmy that gets the fans on his side is that he acts like this because he just wants to win more than everybody else. This is not that moment, though.
No, you can't say that in Miami.
Right? Like he gets to the point where he wanted to win so bad in Minnesota, and these guys didn't want to win as much as I wanted to win. Same thing in Philly.
Can't say that here. Or
exactly.
in Miami.
Can't say that in Miami.
And you can't say that in Golden State. If it doesn't work out, you can't be like, oh, no, I want to win, and I know how to win more than these guys do. Give me a break.
We're talking with Evan Cohen here on the Sports Bash on Radio Row. The Super Bowl's this week. The Eagles are in it. But the NBA trade deadline falling on this day every single year, it seems like, when we're down here. These trades have finally made it, though, to where, you got Luka traded. You got Fox traded. Dalton Knecht got traded this morning. It's been a pretty bonkers day for the NBA. This 100%. Is the one time where you're like, okay, man, you gave us reason to wedge you into Super Bowl conversation.
In a weird way, I love it because
you're the first guy that I got to talk some hoops with.
Well, I love it because what are we going to do inevitably next week? Obviously, talk football. The week after, talk football. This is almost like we get a little, I don't want to say break, but we get a little kind of ramp-up time for the Super Bowl. But so I do have a question for you. I think that in some ways what's happened here is that your squad, parts of it, have become underrated and underappreciated, specifically your quarterback. We keep going to this place. What if Jalen Hurts has to win the game for them? Well, I've seen no evidence that Jalen Hurts cannot do that. I know other people disagree with me. The man has not thrown an interception since November 10th, if I'm not mistaken, against Dallas. November 10th.
Yep.
And I will continue to go back to one thing. Everyone complains about, well, if it's not Saquon, can he do it? Well, it is Saquon, and Saquon has done it. And Saquon is awesome at his job, but so is Jalen Hurts. And if Jalen Hurts wins this week, I already think he's a top 5 quarterback in the league. I think you can make the argument he now jumps himself to the 4th best quarterback overall in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean,
second best resume.
Your point at the beginning, Evan, is, I mean, he's already shown that he can step up on the biggest level. This game 2 years ago, he was the best player on the field, and they lost. And I think him losing that game, playing the way they did, is the genesis of why the Eagles are what they are now.
Right, but I think the team that they are right now is like there's loss prevention.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Bill Belichick always talks about, like, before you win the game, you have to learn how to not lose the game. Jalen Hurts has figured out how to not lose the game. People could say they get bothered by him taking the sacks on 3rd down and push them out of field goal range. That's not losing you the game.
What's better for the NFL, a three-peat or an Eagles win?
Three-peat. What do you think?
Probably a three-peat.
I think three-peat. I just think when you look at the three-peat situation, I kind of look at it and say, what are we doing then? We're going to compare this dynasty to the Patriots dynasty. This Super Bowl, not for you, not for the people in Atlantic City, Philadelphia area. I think it's about 2 teams. It's about the Chiefs and the Pats. That's where conversationally, I don't mean that game-wise. Conversationally, it's comparing Mahomes to Brady, Belichick to Andy Reid.
I know in our bubble, Philadelphia, the fans, they have this great reputation of being so passionate, and they travel, and blah, 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 blah. But they are the next tier below on the grand scheme of things. Like when you guys are planning your show, the Eagles are probably like in that next tier.
Of this Super Bowl, you're saying?
Just in the NFL.
No, they're pretty high up. I mean,
well, it's Dallas, it's the Chiefs, and then the Eagles are.
Oh, yeah, okay. If you're going to go that way, yes, I would agree with that. I'm just saying it's not the current Pats. I'm saying the compare and contrast is Brady Belichick.
Sure.
And I think that's where this gets interesting, this Super Bowl. But I also think that you guys are the Giants in 07. That's the comp here for me. Is you're trying to destroy history, and your quarterback, as the quarterback that can beat Mahomes, I mean, then you're starting to talk about top 5 Hall of Fame caliber career, or start to the career.
Did you give him these bullet points?
Of what? The top part? I didn't write any of these.
20-year radio industry.
I haven't even read these. I swear to God.
Sirius XM Mad Dog Radio Morning Show.
What, you don't know me? I've talked to you 100 times.
No, I'm saying, did you give them these things?
I was like, Mike's learning who I am. No, I did not give him any bullet points about the who I am. What I'm here for is ZipRecruiter, which
fan of the New England Patriots and Miami Heat.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And go ahead, sorry.
Oh, you didn't know that about me?
No, I like.
It should just say front-running loser. Front-running loser.
Hugh Myers said to me he wanted me to book him through Jeff Martindale so that I could get his one-sheet.
Oh, yeah, Q was very proud of the one-sheeter.
He was so excited that he had a one-sheeter.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know who put the info on the one-sheeter.
No idea.
You or
No, I don't think Jeff did either. Jeff's not going to waste his time on me.
I need a new job. Where do I go?
ZipRecruiter. By the way, one of your guys told me he used to work at Sirius XM, and he got a job here. And that's the kind of thing where you pair good people with good companies. ZipRecruiter has powerful matching technology, hustles to find you the people with the right skills and the experience for your job, and invites them to apply. ZipRecruiter matches your job with the best candidates so you can focus on what matters. Try it today. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire people like Mike Gill, who can get hired and hire others.
By the way, my producer, Pete, he worked with me, left to go to Sirius. They let him go, and I brought him back. You know why?
I didn't include the let him go part. I was trying to do a good thing for Pete, but I guess you know him better than I do.
He was a WVU grad. That's the only reason he got hired. we all stick together.
All right.
He's Evan Cohen here on the Sports Bash Live. You can hear him tomorrow, a.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN. He's a 20-plus year.
Oh, you're really going to read this?
industry
You're really going to read this, Mike?
Take care, man.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Evan Cohen, everybody, here. And that conversation with Evan Cohen is brought to you by our friends at South Jersey Gas, providing reliable natural gas service and energy-saving programs you can count on. More Sports Bash on Radio Row coming up next on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live from Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by Ernest & Sons Meat Market and Clark's Moving and Storage.
So you need a new car or SUV, but you're upside down in your trade, but you're worried about your down payment, but your credit is less than perfect. Bring your butts to any Matt Blatt Kia today. With over 1,100 new Kias, all with zero down, zero payments until April, or get $10,000 in bonus cash, or 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked Kia EV6 and 9. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released. New all-wheel drive Kia Sportage or Sorento. 1.9% for 60 months. Matt Blatt Kia with our PA and New Jersey Kia superstores, Abington, Egg Harbor Township, Toms River, or right to your front door.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 2/4/25.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township,
And on Route 37 in Toms River.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. Babbel is designed with you in mind. From expert-created lessons to conversational video units and even live classes, you can personalize your Babbel experience to be exactly what you need to really learn a new language more easily. Go ahead, set a goal for yourself. Accomplish it with Babbel. Try Babbel for free. Go to BABBEL.com. That's Babbel.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. T&Cs apply.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Ernest & Son Meat Market in Brigantine is your Eagles' big game headquarters, featuring a box of mouth-watering subs for up to 15 people for $80. The perfect addition for your Eagles party. Ernest & Son Meat Market delivers your big game trays, buffalo wings, meatballs, homemade sausage, and subs. Ernest & Son Meat Market is open 7 days a week from 9 to 4. Order early and call now, 266-1588. Ernest & Son Meat Market, for your Eagles' big game catering, delivery, or pickup. Go Birds!
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop.
Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet,
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security,
5 years.
and 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Morning, Paula.
Morning, Ron.
Another day in Adminville, am I right?
What are you working on? Oh!
You okay?
Your tabs. You have so many open.
Yeah, gotta order lunch for the big client meeting. With great responsibility comes tabs.
I can help. Close all those tabs and open just one, easycater.com. Online ordering from local restaurants, plus tools to save time, stay on budget, track expenses.
One tab to rule them all.
EasyCater, the smarter way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is happening now. Get a king bed for a queen price. Save up to $700 plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
The 2025 Hercules Tires MAC Basketball Championships are returning to Atlantic City's iconic Jim Whalen Boardwalk Hall for the 6th consecutive year, March 11th through the 15th, featuring 22 men's and women's teams. The tournament is fun for the family, featuring a band jam, Spirit Squad showcase, Kids Day, and mascot game. Don't miss the chance to be a part of the action to see who will cut down the nets and earn a spot in the big dance. Visit maxsports.com/basketball for more information.
Now back to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live on Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by Ernest & Sons Meat Market and Clark's Moving and Storage.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Radio Row on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, we are live here in New Orleans getting ready for the Eagles and Chiefs. But the build-up and everything leading up to it, the pageantry, which is Radio Row, we've run into all sorts of people. And we have found Hembo right here on the Sports Bash. You recognize his voice as part of the Greenie Show, which sadly is leaving the airways, but big fans on 97.3 ESPN, and we know that you are a wealth of knowledge about the Philadelphia Eagles. Our conversation with Hembo is brought to you by Broadleys Plumbing, your local source for plumbing, heating, and air conditioning service and installation since 1911. Visit broadleys.net. So, Hembo, it's great to see you in person.
Likewise.
And there's so much numbers-wise about this game. Is there something that you have found that automatically you have been driven to that stands out?
It's a great question. I don't believe in qualifying or disqualifying stats, which is to say I never encounter a piece of information to which I say, oh, I don't need to look at or look into anything else, because I know enough about football, of course, to know that numbers don't tell the entire story. But if you're an Eagles fan, and of course if you're listening to this, you very likely are. If you're an Eagles fan, the most encouraging stat is as follows. The Eagles this year produced 47 more explosive plays than their opponent. That's not the number that they had. That's the differential between the two.
Their opponents this season, not the Chiefs.
Across the season. The Eagles had 47 more explosive plays than their opponent. They're plus 47. It's a really good margin. The Chiefs are minus 16, which is to say not only don't the Chiefs create explosive plays to a high degree, the Eagles are actually better at preventing them. And so if you're one who believes that this game might well be decided by chunk plays, by big swings in win probability, then this is going to favor the Eagles, because the Eagles create big plays, not just in the pass game, of course, but Saquon Barkley against a loaded box is an explosive play waiting to happen. And on the other side, the staple of the Vic Fangio defense is let's keep the ball in front of us.
The explosive play, the Chiefs don't generate them all that much. In fact, I believe I saw a ESPN Stats and Information stat that they have the second least amount of explosive plays of any Super Bowl entrant. Greg Cosell was on with us and mentioned their offense is a third down offense.
That's right.
They're a third down conversion offense. And what kind of role does that play in a game like this where you're not depending on the big play?
It's a frustrating role. At least that I'm an Eagles fan. It's a frustrating role to watch because you can do everything right on first down. You can do everything right on second down. And on 3rd and 8, Patrick Mahomes becomes the best problem solver that ever lived. That, to me, is the biggest difference maker between Patrick Mahomes and any of the quarterbacks in the game today. I live in the numbers, and the numbers don't always say that Patrick Mahomes had the best season necessarily, which is why he doesn't win the MVP every year. But Patrick Mahomes plays the game with an artistry that his contemporaries do not. So you look at Lamar Jackson, you look at Joe Burrow, you look at Josh Allen. It's really easy to use their stats to demonstrate how great they are. But in Patrick Mahomes' case, the reason that he doesn't always win the MVP, of course, is because he does what's required. Because he reads the game from the perspective of art, not science. He's the best problem solver I have ever seen. It's very reminiscent of Tom Brady, who week to week was able to sort of shape-shift his role within a game, drive to drive, play to play. That's the genius of Patrick Mahomes. Is that you can answer every question on defense, and he can still beat you.
Hembo's with us here on the Sports Bash, live on Radio Row. It's hard to find stats to quantify what the offensive line in the trenches mean. What do they mean in this game?
An enormous amount. The Eagles, on average, create 4 yards before contact for Saquon Barkley. So think about that as an offensive line stat. On average, the average time that Saquon Barkley carries the football, he is being touched for the first time 4 yards downfield. That's at the linebacker level. And for a player of Saquon Barkley's caliber, of his stature, who can create an explosive play, that's incredibly consequential because he's not dealing with 2 levels of the defense. Sometimes, as you well know, you've watched every snap this year, Saquon Barkley against a 3rd-level defender, a safety usually, and he takes it to the house. That's the genius of Saquon
we saw
Barkley.
it in the Washington game. He got to the 2nd level and spun off a linebacker.
Incredible.
And that's where he has this innate ability to get to the 2nd level and then, bang, get to the 3rd. And that's why tackling against Saquon is such a big deal. You wonder if the Chiefs linebackers are pretty good at that.
They are.
And Spagnuolo, is he going to design something specifically to try to keep him at the 2nd level and not be able to? I'll give you the 8-yard run, but you're not getting the 80-yard run.
You just asked the right question. The genius of Saquon Barkley is not that he turns a 4-yard run into an 8-yard run. It's that he turns an 8-yard run into an 80-yard run.
Yeah.
Steve Spagnuolo is going to be willing to concede down to down, we'll call it success rate or inefficiency, at the expense, at the altar of preventing the 60-yard run. I actually think that what Steve Spagnuolo is going to do is not load the box, is not going to create a disadvantage from that perspective. Instead, I think what he is very likely to do is ask Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley to go on 10, 12, 14, 16 play drives and score 7 points on us that way. We're not going to allow you to average 40 yards per touchdown. We're going to give you the 60, 80-yard drive and make Jalen Hurts be perfect.
This is where, the Eagles' passing game is interesting.
Huge.
Because they can kind of nickel and dime themselves, but they always have in the back pocket, we have a 67-yarder waiting. And that's a unique advantage to have. I don't know that, Xavier Worthy, I guess, gives them that opportunity, but Philadelphia can just kind of play coy until they need it.
Yes, I agree with that entirely. And from that perspective, I think a huge attribute of this game to watch is Jalen Hurts targeting Dallas Goedert. The reason I feel so strongly about that, not only is he their number 1 pass catcher this postseason, so obviously the connection is there, it's in rhythm, etc. The Chiefs ranked dead last in the NFL when looking at the regular season plus the playoffs. Dead last when it comes to opposing tight ends, yards per attempt and yards per game. In other words, there's no team in the NFL that gives it up more to tight ends than the Kansas City Chiefs do. And as we well know, Jalen Hurts isn't all that adept at throwing the ball to the middle of the field. That's the one guy he does trust in that environment. I think that's going to be a huge factor
But
in this game.
this is where a meaningless game in which Hurts never played, but Goddard did against the Giants.
Tell me why.
Tanner McKee, they rolled him out and threw that ball into the flat about 15 times. And I said, why don't they run this play for Hurts? And now you're seeing a little element of that where he's kind of letting the ball into the flat, and Goddard was the one guy who played in that game.
And I need Kellen Moore to recognize that early. I need him to adjust. So
if I can recognize it, can't he, please?
I think so. I mean, look, when Spags inevitably plays coy, when he plays cautiously, when he doubles up his safeties, which I do expect, what I want Kellen to do is provide Jalen some easy answers within 2.5 seconds. What I don't want is Jalen Hurts playing patty cake back there 4+ seconds after the snap, because if there's any issue that I have with the guy, he's a very good passer. But he's not the best processor. We know he is very sack prone. Look, the Eagles' offensive line, we all agree, is outstanding. And yet, he's got a top 5 sack rate in the league. Why does he do that? Why does he take those early sacks? Well, of course, because he'd rather take the sack, take the negative play, than make the catastrophic play by turning the football over.
Because they can almost overcome the loss of yards.
Correct, because their defense is so good, and
he
because
never
Saquon Barkley is so good.
I don't know anybody who gets hit as much as he gets hit and doesn't fumble.
That's also true. And meanwhile, the Eagles have forced more fumbles than any team entering the Super Bowl since the 2006 Bears. So the Eagles are willing to play the math game. They're willing to do that.
Which is the team that has the least amount of explosive plays, the 06
The
Bears.
06 Bears?
Yep.
That team, that's a Peanut Tillman team, by the way.
Exactly.
So you're finishing my sentences now. But there's so many attributes of this game that are so fascinating. These are a few of them. But I think we're obviously talking about the right protagonist, for lack of a better term. But Dallas Goedert, to me, is an enormous attribute. Like, in fact, if there's like a play out there, more receiving yards, Dallas Goedert or Travis Kelce, I think there's a non-zero chance that he outproduces Travis Kelce, given the amount of resources they have to devote to everybody else.
I think when you look at Dallas Goedert, he's generally perceived as like the third or fourth. I mean, because Barkley, wherever you want to put him, not in the passing game, but as the option, number one.
Of course.
Then you have Brown and Smith, and then there's like, and they have Goddard.
Seriously.
It would be interesting to see if in the Super Bowl it's the other guy that is the one they choose.
That would be wild. And I think the one thing that you just have to recognize if you're Spags is that Saquon Barkley is unlike any running back that we have in the game today. So he is the 54th. Let me look off the top of my head now, so I apologize if there's some mathematical, gory details that I present. But he's the 54th player to score 20 touchdowns from scrimmage in any season. Of those 54 players, in the history of the NFL, he's the only one whose average score exceeded 30 yards in length.
Oh, my God.
Think about that. We're talking like Jerry Rice. We're talking Gale Sayers. We're talking Mark Clayton. We're talking about legends.
Yeah.
Wideout.
Wide receivers.
Randy Moss. Saquon Barkley, as a running back, has the longest average touchdown score of any of those guys. And so Spags, who, by the way, has allowed one 100-yard rusher in 24 playoff games, it was Marion Barber back in 2007, if memory serves, obviously will have a game plan prepared. But sometimes Saquon Barkley is good enough to just beat your linebacker, to beat your safety, and take it all the way home.
The Eagles have inverted what we've thought we knew about football for the last 20 years, when passing has become
more
the main course and the run game is the appetizer. They've flipped it because the run game is the explosive element. The pass game is what they use to set up the eventual Saquon Barkley run. And the fact that it's the Eagles, the team that believes in passing and the Andy Reid influence, and we don't want to run the ball, is what makes this, I think, whole Super Bowl amazing, because the Chiefs under Andy Reid now like to run the ball more.
Very bizarre.
It's a bizarre world.
Very bizarre. By the way, real quick, you said the last 20 years. I would take it back even further. The Eagles entering the Super Bowl have rushed for more yards on the season than they've passed it for. The last Super Bowl champion with that profile, more rushing than passing yards, was the 1975 Steelers. You have to go back
them.
nearly 50. Yeah, you covered that team. You remember them well. Also, by the way, a Penn State running back as the bell cow of that team too. But we're talking about a kind of team that doesn't ever win the Super Bowl playing this way.
Hembo's with us. Paul Hembekides is a host and producer, and you hear him all over the platforms, and you hear his stats all over all the platforms, including Get Up. And we hope to hear you more on the radio, man.
You're a good man.
I'm really sad that you will not be part of my morning.
Oh, so you're the one.
No, man. We are very big fans in Atlantic City of the whole Greeny entourage.
I appreciate that.
It was a very fun show. We're glad to hear for a couple more days here. But, hey, Jeff Martindale, when you need to fill in, or whoever's running the spot there, make sure you call Hembo to fill in on the 10 to 12 spot there. Paul Hembekides, Hembo, affectionately known, was our guest here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3. We could get into so many more things, but I know you've been up very early, so we'll get you out of here.
I think the Eagles are going to win the game.
There you go. How about
That's
that?
a
You didn't ask. I think the Eagles are going to win the game by multiple possessions.
It's when I was
hold on. He said by multiple possessions.
I think the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl by multiple possessions.
I had that same feeling in Arizona, so I'm measured.
I don't do feeling. I do information. I do facts. Find me the position group advantage that the Kansas City Chiefs have aside from the quarterback. Find me the positional advantage.
Right.
Those have a better offensive line, defensive line, skill guys, back seven.
The front page of ESPN.com now is the question everyone's been saying. The Eagles have the better roster. They have Mahomes and Reed. Is that the factor in this?
Also, Philly wins this game when they're the underdog. They don't win it when they're the favorite. And we're talking about 50 years. Philadelphia sports teams, when they win the championship, are always, literally always the underdog. The 08 Phillies, underdog to the Rays.
Well,
2017 Eagles, underdog to the Patriots. Go back all the way you want. You have to go back to 1983, the last time that a Philly team won the championship. It was the Sixers, and they were favored in the game/series. This is the kind of game the Eagles win.
Hembo. Thanks, buddy. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And that conversation with Hembo was brought to you by our friends at Bally Bets. Bally Bets, double the fun with Bally Bets Sportsbook and Casino. New customers get both the sportsbook and a casino offer. Download it now. More Sports Bash coming up live from Radio Row on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedork bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
They score! Konechny on the one-timer, and DK makes no mistake, the power play goal.
It's Flyers Capital tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The best time of the year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful. Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Thank you for making Total Wine & More America's #1 online source for spirits, beer, and wine. Better than all those delivery apps. Total Wine's prices are up to 30% lower with super fast delivery and no hidden fees. Order direct at TotalWine.com and pay less today.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Every bet you place brings you closer to the perks only Caesars can offer. So download the app using the promo code Radio1000 and place your first bet today. If you win, great. If not, you'll get it back as a bonus bet up to $1,059 for Super Bowl 59. Open to new users in New Jersey who are 21 or older. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is bonus bet. Bonus bet expires 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, Bike Shop.
Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Same game parlays and slot games for days. Double the fun with the Bally Bet app. Let's play. You can bet on football, basketball, baseball, or play blackjack, roulette, even baccarat, y'all. It's double the fun, 2 apps in one. Download it today, but only if you're 21. The Bally Bet Sportsbook and Casino app. You can win real money on your phone. No cap. Must be 21 plus, New Jersey only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bally Bet Sportsbook and Casino. Download it.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Individual results may...
The home team is making the trip to the big game, which means you've got to make the trip to the Pick. The Pick-A-Lily Inn does game day catering better than anyone, with ready-to-go pick packs your guests will cheer for. Get 30 tails or ears for just $59 in delicious hot and honey, smoker, honey barbecue, garlic parm, Jim Beam maple, or their award-winning buffalo in mild, spicy, or hot. Schedule pickup before game day and follow simple heat and eat instructions. The Pick-A-Lily Inn, Route 206, Shamong. Follow The Pick on Facebook for game day specials or visit pickaalily.com and order now.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles,
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers,
Oh, baby.
and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, we got the crossover with Inside the Birds today. You can watch on the Inside the Birds YouTube platform, on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show, and on YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. We've got a really special guest for our audience today. It is the only team that has ever won a Super Bowl in Philadelphia Eagles history, and he was a big member of that team. Wide receiver Torrey Smith is here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And my producer tells me you're the first guy that went to Foles on the big Philly special play, so you will be etched in memory.
Oh yeah, man! I'll get a cameo every year of running on by, so it's pretty cool.
You guys are a special bond. This Eagles team is here for the second time since that team, the third time in the last 8 years. But tell us about being a part of the first one. You know how passionate the Eagles fan base is. You played for a lot of cool fan bases, Baltimore, Philadelphia, but how special it felt to know that you're on the only Eagles team with the fan base that they have to say that you're the only one.
Man, it's extremely special to have the opportunity to play in Philly. I was familiar with it from just being a kid, right, watching the Eagles. Mike Vick was actually my favorite player growing up, so wherever he was, I was always locked in. So to have the opportunity to watch it from there as a younger guy in college, and then to have the opportunity to play there. My wife's from Conshohocken, went to PW, so I was coming up there for those 6 years anyway, all the time in the off season, and so I knew what the fan base was about. And we had played there my rookie year. And then to be a part of it, I'm like, man, this is different. I tell people all the time, there's no fan base like that's as passionate as Philadelphia. And I say they have the best fan base. And I know that makes the other teams I play for mad. I literally live in Baltimore. But it's like the reason why I say that is the Baltimore fan base is amazing, top tier.
Yep.
But Baltimore is small, right? Mm-hmm. Philadelphia is a big city. And the branches around it, South Jersey, all of that. Everyone listens to sports radio. Everyone, like I got in an Uber multiple people, it doesn't matter if they're black, white, Indian, they're listening to sports radio. That doesn't happen anywhere else. And in San Francisco, I know the fan base is large and all of that, but a lot of people have no idea who you are if you walk around in regular clothes. So it's just a completely different ball game playing there, and I was glad I had the opportunity to be a part of it.
By the way, he mentioned South Jersey. Let's let you know that this interview is brought to you by Visit South Jersey. Plan your weekend getaway close to home at visitsouthjersey.com. Torrey Smith's with us, and, that team was special for a lot of reasons, but it was that next man up, that underdog mentality. When did you came in for that first year, that 1 year there, when did you kind of feel like this is something different, this is something special, we're losing guys and yet it doesn't seem to matter? When did the feeling in that 53 connect?
Man, I'm not gonna lie, the first week I was there, and you can ask anybody, I said, this team has what it takes to win the Super Bowl. And it wasn't from a sense of like feeling like, oh man, like this guy, like, no, like they had the right amount of veteran leaders, had the right amount of young playmakers. You had the mentality where the vets set the standard and everyone else followed. You have a coach that everyone believed in, and you had the culture was set. And
which is odd because you guys were
9-7.
It wasn't like, hey, this is a Super Bowl contending team.
But it felt like how it did when I was in Baltimore.
7-9, right? You were 7-9.
Yeah, my second year in Baltimore, we won the Super Bowl. But it felt like I was in that locker room. Mm-hmm. And when you're looking at Malcolm, then you end up adding Chris Long. Then you have LeGarrette Blount. Those guys were fresh off of a win. And now it just looked completely different. And I kind of had this picture in my mind of what success looked like, and it was very much a one-way thing because I'd only played with one organization that won, right? But when I went to San Francisco, we were really struggling. And I saw all the things inside the locker room. This is not a reflection of the organization. It's a reflection of who we were as grown-ass men and players. We weren't good enough, and we weren't doing our job. And there were a lot of negative things that led to the team not being good enough. And so I saw that, and then it's like I went back to it, and the next year in Philadelphia, I'm like, no, this is it. And to go out there and get it done, you have to have a little bit of adversity. You have to be able to overcome. And that was truly special to be a part of.
Torrey, I want you to go through – it's my favorite Torrey Smith story because I don't know that everybody has heard it. It's about the flea flicker, the infamous flea flicker, famous flea flicker, I should say, in Philadelphia. From Foles to you, it definitely unlocks you. That's me, my fault.
Is it important?
My dad wants to ask.
Shout out to Dad.
But the way that play happened, right, and this unlocks the NFC Championship game for you guys, which we had Kyle Rudolph on the other day. They were up 7-0, but then, boom, on came the onslaught.
And he said they had that possession, and they felt if they scored, they were winning that game.
On the second one that they were going to win.
Yeah.
Take us through the flea flicker, because a lot of people don't know exactly what went into that.
Yeah, so the flea flicker, obviously you hear that call, right? The little kid in you lights up. It's like, man, you do this stuff in playing in the backyard, right? And my favorite part about the flea flicker is I was actually supposed to kind of like stutter and run like a post.
Right.
And then Alshon was running a deep over behind me, and he was going to get it. But I saw the safety was in the middle of the field, and the biggest thing for me, and oftentimes it happens, people don't really see it on game film, but like if I'm running deep, oftentimes someone's going to like double to make sure I don't like get past everybody. And I was kind of lulling the guy to sleep all day, going outside, like acting like I'm kind of being a little lazy and just a few steps, stop, put my hand on him, then shit to block him. Mm-hmm. And I did the same thing, and I looked back each time to kind of see if the ball was there. And so kind of lulled him to sleep, got him. Foles saw it. He threw a dime in the back corner of that end zone. And, I was able to get my feet in, make the catch. But to score in a flea flicker is still a crazy thing to say.
Yeah, and one that did not go the way it's drawn up to go.
Yeah, part of that is I really could have got in trouble. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's like I didn't even run it the right way. But the biggest thing was that I cleared out the defense, and honestly, he was inside, so I felt like if I'd have went inside, I might have been washed down a little bit too much. But it ended up working out, man, and I see the highlight all the time. I'm like, man, that is a crazy play.
Yeah, so when I think about that play and the chemistry and the connection you guys had, and this Eagles offense that's getting ready to play Kansas City, it's such a different offense. It's a run-heavy offense. It's an explosive run offense. And the passing game has sort of been complementary to it. And yet there are times where I wonder, and I'm wondering if you're the same, if they have that connection where they can do a freelance like you mentioned and make a big play, because sometimes it seems a little robotic the way they've been operating this year.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say, I think it was in a Vikings game. You remember when Alshon ran like a in and then went vertical and he caught that deep one? Mm-hmm. His route was an in.
Was he just trying to sell it?
He just realized that Foles had time and he wasn't getting the ball there, and he went vertical.
Right.
And he saw it, right? So that's another thing where people think, like, oh, like that's a big touchdown for us, but it wasn't like it was drawn up on the script. So sometimes you just adjust. That's just playing football, right? The timing's not right, because offense is all about timing and spacing. So you got to make sure you're doing your job and you're not moving slow.
Do you think the passing offense in this game will have to be a little bit more prolific to beat the Chiefs?
I don't think it has to be more prolific, but I think they already have enough.
Okay.
Right? When you talk about what they have talent-wise, the key to me is simply going to be protecting the ball. Shout out to Brian Dawkins just casually walking by. And, when you think about what it takes for this team to win, it's no different than a couple weeks ago. Mm-hmm. Right? Protect the football. Let Saquon do his thing and make the threat of the RPO that more significant, because Jalen was able to get in rhythm. Mm-hmm. So when that deep ball shot came down at the end of the game, I was so confident he was going to hit it, because it's like a basketball player that's in the flow, making his layups, got his mid-range going. Now he's comfortable taking that three-pointer. And I think he did a great job managing the game. He's a lot more healthy, so he's making plays with his feet. And I think that was something you could really see. And that was really the difference in that game, watching him play, versus what people have felt over the last month or two.
We're talking with Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl champion Torrey Smith, of course, Baltimore, Carolina, San Francisco. You mentioned that Alshon did, and then Foles just kind of take us through the transition from Wentz to Foles that year, because it felt like, oh my gosh. I mean, Carson was obviously playing at such a high level, and then Nick comes in and it's a struggle at first. People were actually. I took phone calls of people, you got to get Colin Kaepernick, you got to go get somebody,
Hey, I love that you're honest about this.
Absolutely.
Because I've been talking to people lately that have been acting like everyone already knew we were going to win, because, like, they hate Carson so much now that they're like, oh, man. Like,
at the time, they didn't hate him that much.
and I'm like, do you not know that I remember being in the locker room, like, me and Alshon looking at each other, like, once we realized, like, dang, like, Carson's really hurt. We were like, dang, bro, like.
So you guys thought.
Yes. You're not going to say that out loud.
Well, you're human beings, of course.
But like
I like that you're being honest about it.
But the main reason why is Foles was hurt. Like, he hadn't thrown in some time, and it's like, dang, like, it's tough to kind of develop that chemistry. And we were rolling. When we went in out west, like, we were rolling. Yeah. And then we win, everyone's on a high, and it's like, but our guy is hurt. So, like, I think it's important for the great folks of Philadelphia to know how important. You can't mention that Super Bowl. You can talk about the flea flicker. You can talk about the special, talk about all of these amazing things. But Carson Wentz was a major
Casual
piece
Emmett
of that
Smith,
season.
by the way.
Yeah, shout out to Emmett. But I mean,
Carson Wentz was a big
just
part
crazy,
of that season.
man. Like, he was a huge part of it. And I think it's amazing to see the narrative obviously changes, but it doesn't change the history aspect of it, and that's why you have history, so you can go back and look and remind yourself of what it was like.
Now, you weren't there the next year, but when Carson came back, they let Nick go. Was Carson not the same player in your mind, or did he have, like, this isn't my team anymore?
I think it's so I'm speaking as an outsider.
You mean 2 years? Because Nick actually did come back the next year. He
had
to step in and play.
He had to play again in the playoffs.
Yes,
You're right.
But exactly, he's there, and Carson takes over, and it's like,
I think he was on the franchise tag too, right?
Yeah,
crazy. But go ahead.
But it just always changes the narrative, right? I'm big on the human element of being an athlete, and I'm speaking from personal experience, but also just watching people. If your team wins the Super Bowl, and the high is Foles is amazing. Foles should be the guy because we won the Super Bowl. And again, I love Foles. These guys love my brothers, right? Both of them.
Yeah.
And now the other guy's the guy holding up the Lombardi, not you. But then you're healthy coming back. They're like, he led us to the Super Bowl, not you, right? Like, so, like, that narrative in your mind probably plays tricks.
And you think Carson's probably thinking, these guys don't.
Yeah,
not that they don't want.
Yeah,
me,
no one said that,
they-
but like it's literally like it's a psychological thing.
I
and
mean, people were
think it's tough to deal
naming
with.
their children and pets after Nick Foles for a year or two after.
I know a lot of dogs named Nicky Foles.
A ton of them.
That's hilarious.
Torrey Smith is with us, and Torrey, one of the things that made that team unique is like your role in it. Like, yeah, the numbers didn't jump off the page, but you had the speed. You were the guy that can, and Alshon was the underneath guy, and he had Ertz just kind of, like it all.
Ertz getting open. All the time I see Ertz open, I'm running somebody off.
Yeah, but that's the unique part about why that thing all fit is you had a great role, filled it great. Alshon was really good at his role, filled it great. Ertz at that time and still, by the way, he had a great game the other day. Mm-hmm. It just all seemed to to click together. When you look at this Eagles team, do you sense that their offense clicks?
Absolutely. And the biggest thing to me is I've been on 2 Super Bowl teams with 0 1,000-yard receivers. And what that meant was everybody, and again, fans love to hear 1,000-yard receiver. That don't mean nothing. Can your offense move the ball? Is your offense dynamic, and do you have guys that can make the plays when you need them?
Yeah.
That's what your offense needs to consist of. And that's what this Philadelphia Eagles offense has. By the way, their receivers are studs outside, right? They have 2 superstars. But I think having an opportunity to go out there, just be – they don't have to be heroes. Like, Jalen doesn't have to be a hero. To get in, and I know I probably sound like I'm protecting him, but I am. I think fans sometimes feel like you have to go out. Like, winning is a team thing. Right? You have to play your role, like you said, and you have to be comfortable in it. So you can't go into your mind like, man, I'm going out here this is my time to shine. I'm about to be Super Bowl MVP, baby. Like, you can have that as your goal, but if you're pressing and you're forcing it, you may not play the way you're supposed to play.
We're talking with Torrey Smith before we roll. Nonprofit Level 82. I love the jacket. By the way, I have a pair of sneakers that has a logo very similar to that. I'll show them to you.
Nice.
I like the logo.
Let me know.
I'll pull them up.
Yeah, but for us is we do a lot of work in Baltimore, Philly, and Virginia, where I'm from, and we're running a rec center in Baltimore that's actually being renovated. It'll open up in September again.
Oh, that's great.
We have 7-on-7. We travel around, really using the game of football to help mentor the kids. That's the way in. We had Ed Reed speak to him last week about setting standards. I'll be talking to him here soon about identity. But we do a lot with them to make sure they know who they are as athletes, what they need to be great, and let those standards roll over into the real world, understanding they play football, but they're not football players. That's not their identity.
You're living in Baltimore?
Yeah, I'm in Maryland. I'm still in Pittsburgh area. I'll be back up in Conshohocken in a few days.
Yeah.
I'm there all the
Going
time.
to a parade? If there's a parade?
I can't deal with that kind of. I have PTSD. My son's 10 now. He's like, hey, Dad, remember when those soda cans were flying at us during the parade? I'm like, I'm glad you remember soda cans.
That's right. Those aren't soda cans.
But I would love to, man. But if you're not rolling with the team,
where were you for the
dynamics
Kelsey speech?
I remember I was up there watching. That's one of the most legendary things I've ever seen in my life. Kelsey is a special player, special person. That speech will go down in history. It was a great speech. But I think the costume made it 100 times better. Because when you think about it, if you just hear the audio of that, you're like, oh, man, this is really cool. You see the costume, it's like, what is this dude doing? Like, this is serious.
Bonkers.
So it was exciting, man, special for the city of Philadelphia. I have a lot of great memories. Every time I drive down Broad Street, it just doesn't look the same to me. It just doesn't.
Super Bowl champion, Torrey Smith, Philadelphia Eagles, 2017. Let's add to that. Let's get a second one.
It's happening. I believe it.
All right. He's joined us here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And this interview with Torrey Smith brought to you by Visit South Jersey. Plan your weekend getaway close to home. Visit southjersey.com. We appreciate him for stopping on by. The great Torrey Smith here. Excellent conversation, by the way. We got plenty more from Radio Row coming up here in New Orleans on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill live from Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by Dr. Lyle M. Back.
Hey, AI, how many touchdowns did the Eagles score in the 2023 season?
The Eagles scored 49 touchdowns in the 2023 season.
Hey, AI, I had a fall recently. I need to recover. Please help me walk again.
I'm sorry, but that is beyond my capabilities.
Hey, AI, My parents are getting older, and I can't care for them by myself. Can you help me care for them?
I'm sorry, that is beyond my capabilities. AI will never replace care, but here's what I found for the best care near you.
Autumn Lake Healthcare Centers, trusted leaders in skilled nursing rehabilitation and senior care, and proud partners of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Craving a tasty breakfast or lunch? Come on down to Hot Bagels and More. They've got fresh baked bagels, irresistible spreads, and a mouth-watering selection of sandwiches, perfect for any appetite. Join them in Northfield, Atlantic City, Summers Point, and 2 locations in Margate for flavors that keep you coming back. Don't miss their homemade tuna and chicken salad, along with hearty soups. Order ahead or take advantage of their catering options for your next event. Hot Bagels and More, where every bite is a delight. Visit hotbagelsandmore.com. or stop in today.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers back home tonight as they take on the Washington Capitals. Philadelphia has lost 4 straight games. They were in Salt Lake City Tuesday night when they fell to Utah in overtime 3-2. Washington leads the Eastern Conference, are also second in the NHL in scoring. Sixers back in action on Friday night. They'll be out for a 2-game trip. It starts in Detroit and then moves to Milwaukee Sunday for a matchup with the Bucks. On Wednesday night, the Sixers fell to the Miami Heat 108-101. They've They've dropped 3 of their last 4. Tyrese Maxey at 31 points. At the trade deadline, Philadelphia sent forward Caleb Martin to the Dallas Mavericks in exchange for guard Quentin Grimes and a second-round pick. Super Bowl 59 Sunday in New Orleans. Philadelphia continuing workouts as they prepare for the Kansas City Chiefs. Eagles appearing in their 5th Super Bowl. Progressive Insurance, bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. We'll squeeze out a quiet, although blustery day tomorrow, and then our next snow ice rainstorm comes in for the weekend. Mostly cloudy and chilly tonight, low of 37, above freezing. For tomorrow, partly sunny, breezy, high 45, but falling into the 30s in the afternoon. Cloudy and cold Saturday, high 37, chance of a snow shower at any time. Widespread snow, icy mix, and rain moving in late day Saturday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
The 2025 Hercules Tires MAC Basketball Championships are returning to Atlantic City's iconic Jim Whalen Boardwalk Hall for the 6th consecutive year, March 11th through the 15th, featuring 22 men's and women's teams. The tournament is fun for the family, featuring a band jam, Spirit Squad showcase, Kids Day, and mascot game. Don't miss the chance to be a part of the action to see who will cut down the nets and earn a spot in the big dance. Visit macsports.com/basketball for more information.
Now back to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live on Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by
GMS Law. Make the right call with 4 convenient locations to serve you. Visit gmslaw.com.
All right, everybody, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, Inside the Birds, and, of course, at Mike Gill Show on X and on YouTube. This conversation, it is brought to you by our friends at New Jersey Motorsports, South Jersey's most thrilling celebration destination. Visit NJMP.com. She is one of the hosts of Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6 right here on 97.3 ESPN. Michelle Smallman is with us here on the Sports Bash. Michelle, welcome back.
Good. Is it still morning? I don't even know what hour it is.
Afternoon, morning. Listen,
good day to you.
I don't know what day time it is. It's been. I just was in Thailand, so for me, it's tomorrow or yesterday.
Whoa, where'd you go? I've been to Thailand. I loved it.
Yeah, I was in Bangkok for 3 days.
Amazing.
PP, Eunang,
wow,
and Phuket.
I went to Bangkok and Phuket. Beautiful country.
All over the place, yes.
But that jet lag is no joke.
It is real. So right now we're here on Thursday. For me, it's Friday. Now we're in Atlantic City, so the hour back. It's been a wild thing. But I got to tell you, Michelle Smallman, I'm highly disappointed in you.
I know where you're going with this.
I am highly
because
disappointed.
We have talked before.
Yes, we made the pitch of a lifetime.
You did. You made it really hard for me.
We didn't even make the top 5.
I know.
What do you mean it made it hard? We didn't make the top 5.
No, you made it hard for me because you made a great pitch for the Eagles.
We did make a great pitch for the Eagles, and here the Eagles are.
I know.
We could have been celebrating together.
I
We
know.
could have been having beignets and jambalaya and gumbo and being ready for the Super Bowl.
Hurricanes on
You could have been
Bourbon
reading
Street.
Inner Excellence.
I know. I could have been reading Inner Excellence. And shout out to Jim Murphy, who's making a
here.
buck. He's here?
He's here.
I want to meet him.
I did a Fox 29 in Philly, and he was on right before me, and they
Wow.
said the guy right here, he sold 21,000 copies multiple weeks in a row, no change.
Wow.
Doesn't care, just thrilled.
But isn't that what A.J. Brown was talking about, how he needs to stay right there?
That's the
So-
Inner Excellence that you could have been a part of.
I could have.
And you chose
The Green Bay Packers.
the Green Bay Packers.
But I love
Losers
them.
in the first round of the playoffs.
But you know what? This is a lifetime commitment, okay? This is a lifetime. And I would say it was a pretty successful first honeymoon year for me and the Packers. Did it result in the success that the Eagles are having? No.
No, it didn't.
But, no, it did not. It certainly did not. But it was a good first year. But I have to be honest with you. You made a great pitch. And not only that, your audience reached out to me. They were so wonderful. You know, Eagles fans get a bad rap.
They do.
They're mean.
You could have been a part of it.
We're greasing the polls. You know, they're gonna talk the business to you. They were so lovely to me. They all reached out to me. They welcomed me with open arms. But we have an Eagles fan on the show, and Pat Costello, who you may know from the very popular segment I'm Over It. And I just thought, I need to forge my own path. I can't jump on his bandwagon. So even though I probably should have given the Eagles more consideration.
I mean, they could have made the top 5.
I know. You're right.
And I know we were early in the pitch game.
You were.
And I know, like, I watch The Bachelorette, all right? I'm not afraid to admit it.
Love it.
When you make that first impression, Rose, that guy usually doesn't make it. Like, it's a storyline that the producers want to keep going with.
Totally.
But he's out.
But you were my first impression, Rose.
Thank you. And again, I'm now still searching for another Eagles fan. But here the Eagles are.
Here you are. Congratulations, by the way. You made it.
It's been fun. By the way, I watched Eagles Green Bay. I was in Aonang. It was 3 a.m.
Wow.
I woke up 3 o'clock. That's the kind of fan you could have been a part of. 3 a.m. wake-ups, ready to go.
I love that.
They beat the Packers. They beat the Rams, a former team of yours.
My mortal enemy.
And then, of course, they beat Washington last week. Here they are. Michelle, what's special right now about this Eagles run?
Oh my gosh, what isn't special about this Eagles run? They have had such a great season. It's been so fun to watch them and everything they've overcome. You know, even from the beginning of the season, does Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni have beef? What's going on with A.J. Brown? There's so many little microcosms of what could be perceived drama that popped up that actually weren't drama at all. But if you had to tell me, pick one storyline that you love about the Eagles, of course I'm going to go with Saquon Barkley. As a girl that loves revenge, I love this Saquon Barkley story. The fact that he very publicly wanted to be a Giant for life, and they spurned him publicly on Hard Knocks. He goes down the road to the Eagles. He finds an amazing home. And more than the numbers that he's putting up, I am so impressed with Saquon, the teammate this year. The fact that the 2 times he played his former team in the Giants, he could have had an individual record and potentially the all-time record.
Yeah.
And the first time he says, nah, let the young boys eat. Second time he says, no, I'm going to preserve my body because I'm not about individual records. I'm trying to reach the ultimate team goal and winning the Super Bowl. And the fact that he went to forego both of those in order to participate in the best way he could for his team, I admire that so much, and I would love to see him personally finish the job and hoist the Lombardi Trophy.
Yeah, and Michelle Smallman's our guest, host of Unsportsmanlike with Evan and Candy. Candy was on my flight, by the way.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I was on Cece's flight down here. We must have been on the same flight. Well, he was in first class. I was not. So
okay.
You probably saw him, but you did
Wait
not
a
see
second.
me.
Wait, why is this?
Well, first of all, Cece's a big guy.
Well, he did say that.
He's 6'8", 350.
Did you know this? They put her in regular. They put Cece in first class. They put her in regular class. What's going on here?
I'm an economy girlie. 29A window seat. Oh, yeah.
I was 25D.
Oh, my God. You had a better seat than me.
Well, I upgraded.
I love that. Look at you. So that's why you didn't see me, because you're higher up on the plane.
Well, so I live in AC.
Yeah.
To fly from out of Philly was ridiculous.
Yeah.
So we drove a half hour longer to go to Newark.
Nice.
And the flight was like $60. So at that point, I said, well, I'll pay the extra $50 to get.
Wait, 60 total?
Yeah.
That's
well,
outrageous.
60 one way. I'm flying to Tampa tomorrow.
Nice.
So,
still
but
60
to get here
one
was
way.
$60.
That's awesome.
So I said to get a better seat, because I had 34 in the middle.
Oh, no, you can't do that.
I'm a big guy.
Can't do a middle seat.
Not
No
to mention,
way.
I just flew 22 hours home.
Oh.
I wanted no parts of airplanes, so
No way.
I made sure. But you were on that flight, so yeah, I saw Candy.
Yeah.
And you know, Candy, how do I put this? Seems to not like Nick Sirianni too much.
No, he questions him a lot. I don't know if you've heard.
Are you picking up what we're putting down on
I'm
that?
picking up what you're putting down here. So over the past few weeks, I've been giving Nick Sirianni his flowers. I'm like, you can point to a press conference. You can point to him yelling at the fans. You can point to the perceived tension between he and Jalen Hurts that seems to have smoothed over. But the fact of the matter is, this guy has an unbelievable win-loss record. What, it's like 48-20? And he's taken
70%.
70%.
Yeah.
And he's taken this team to 2 Super Bowls in 3 seasons. How do you not give him the credit that I think he's earned?
I like, he's a polar. Now, you were formerly a St. Louis Rams fan.
Correct.
And Dick Vermeil was the coach
That's
there.
right. We love Coach Vermeil.
And he is still beloved in Philadelphia.
Yes, that's right. We talked about that when I joined you, our shared love of Dick Vermeil.
By the way, so we're in New Orleans. Have you sampled any of the amazing wineries in this spot? I know you have a really early call time, but
No, so not yet because I'm getting up at 2:30 in the morning.
yeah, that's rough.
I was at a party last night, and I very much wanted to have at least just one cocktail because it is the Super Bowl. It's celebratory. I was like, don't you do it, Michelle, because that alarm is going to come
It's
before you
rough.
know it.
Well, I'm still like waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, where am I?
Totally.
We had pizza last night. Saint Pizza, it's called. Magazine Street.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
What kind of pizza is it? Thin crust, hand
Thin
tossed?
crust, very airy,
Oh.
no flop.
Okay.
Very charcoal on the light charcoal on
Ooh,
the. Yeah.
you're selling me. I'll have to
Really
check this
good.
out.
And right next door, they have a wine place that you can bring the pizza to and sit there.
How fun.
Yeah, it's like very New Orleans.
Yeah, this is a great food city for sure.
I absolutely love it here. Michelle Smallman, you'll wake up tomorrow morning 6 to 10 with her here on 97.3 ESPN. So, yeah, like Dick Vermeil, so beloved.
Yes.
Very emotional guy.
Of course.
Nick Sirianni, emotional, polarizing.
Well, because Dick Vermeil emotional is like him weeping because of how much he loves his players. Nick Sirianni emotion is yelling and flipping the bird essentially verbally to the fans.
It's very 2025.
It's a little bit of a different emotion, and Coach Vermeil, as you guys know, I just love and respect him so much, but he was the type of guy that could always find the right words to bring his players together. He put the care of his players above anything else. I have so many great stories about Coach and things that he did for his guys when he was the coach of the Rams. He truly is a salt-of-the-earth type guy.
Yeah.
I don't know that much about Nick Sirianni and if he's that type of guy, so it's a different type of emotion and a different type of affection that I think people have.
I liken it to when Nick got hired, nobody knew who he was,
Right.
so you couldn't say this is a great hire or I love this hire. You didn't know who he was, so your default was either this is dumb or I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Sure.
And the people who say this is dumb can't admit they were wrong, so they have to keep saying, I don't like this guy.
Yeah.
And the guys who were saying, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, there's always one little reason to say, I'm still not ready to hug this guy.
Yeah.
But the proof is in the pudding. The guy who wins. So if he wins this game, I asked Canty, like, are you going to lay back,
Yeah.
He said, well, he just needs to stay out of the way on Sunday.
I could have told you that verbatim because we had this exact same conversation, and I predicted what he would say. He did mess it up, is the way Canty will phrase it on Monday if the
Yes.
Eagles win.
Yeah.
And I said, well, what do you mean by that? He's the head coach of the football team, and he's like, well, his coordinators are handling everything. He just doesn't get in the way. And I'm like, but he's still the head of the food chain here. You have to give him credit for getting everyone to pull the rope in the same way.
Michelle Smallman tomorrow morning. I have Verizon here. You are
Yes,
with Verizon.
I sure am, and I'm so happy to be here on behalf of Verizon because, as you know, as soon as we got off our plane, our mutual plane here in New Orleans, you could feel it in the air. It's the best place to be, and it's the best of sports, music, fashion, and culture colliding this weekend at the House of Verizon. If you are here in New Orleans, you need to come to this. Verizon customers get access to limited edition apparel from Rude and Off Season. You're going to get a sample of amazing New Orleans-inspired sips and bites, photo moments, and a chance to win vintage NFL memorabilia. For more information, just head to houseofverizon.com. You can claim exclusive tickets in the My Verizon app. It's Verizon guests plus guests only, and this is important. All ages are welcome at the House of Verizon, but only during open access hours because during select events, it is New Orleans. We're trying to have a good time. Attendees are going to be required to be 21 plus. If you're under the age of 18, you must be accompanied by an adult or guardian. I highly suggest that once you're done with all your duties, you swing by the House of Verizon. It's going to be a great time.
Well, we have the rest of today, tomorrow, and then, of course, the big game. And you can listen to that right here on 97.3 ESPN. Michelle Smallman tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., which is 5 a.m. here. Everything.
yeah.
So that 1 hour seems like it shouldn't be that confusing, but it kind of is.
Oh, it is. When my alarm goes off at 2:30 in the morning instead of 4, and I have to be at set at 4 instead of 5, it's very different.
You did this whole makeup and everything at 2:30?
Oh, yes.
Jeez.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I
And I went
figured,
to
like,
a party last night.
Sweats, hair up.
Come on, we're on TV.
Oh, that's true.
We're on
Forgot about
TV. And, this may surprise you. People on the internet, not so nice.
Yeah, exactly. Not so nice what he just did.
Look at this guy,
Evan Cohen trying
Cohen.
to bogart the conversation. Michelle Smallman, if you want to change, the Eagle fans are very willing.
Even now?
Listen, they are very, very nice people.
I know. They were lovely. They were wonderful to me.
The Eagles fans. Yeah. She snubbed us. I'm trying to win her back now. All right?
They're great.
Listen tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., right here on 97.3 ESPN. And our conversation with Michelle Smallman is brought to you by New Jersey Motorsports, South Jersey's most thrilling celebration destination. Visit njmp.com. Michelle, thank you so much.
So much fun. Thanks for having me again, guys.
All right, she'll be on tomorrow morning. We have more here coming up from the Big Easy on Radio Row at Super Bowl 59 on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, live from Radio Row in New Orleans, home of Super Bowl 59.
Exclusively on 97.3 ESPN.
Brought to you this hour by Dr. Lyle M. Back.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Are you ready, South Jersey? As the birds soar to the big game, Broadleys is here to keep your home comfort in the game. Don't let a broken heater or leaky pipe ruin your celebration. Call Broadleys Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning for fast, reliable service you can trust. Just dial 609-390-3907 or visit Broadleys.net. Go Birds and go with Broadleys, your hometown plumbing and heating champs since 1911.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business.
Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it, and will beat any print quote.
Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs.
No problem.
I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens.
Totally.
I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing.
I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Save thousands at Matt Blatt Kia. Get out of your old trade today, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Go to mattblattkianj.com for more details. That's mattblattkianj.com.
It's gotta be a
Matt Blatt Kia. Morning, Paula.
Morning, Ron.
Another day in Adminville, am I right?
What are you working on? Oh!
You okay?
Your tabs. You have so many open.
Yeah, gotta order lunch for the big client meeting. With great responsibility comes tabs.
I can help. Close all those tabs and open just one, easycater.com. Online ordering from local restaurants, plus tools to save time, stay on budget, track expenses.
One tab to rule them all.
EasyCater, the smarter way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
Over 40 years ago, John Jenkins Sr. invented the heated bench for football players. Today, Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning brings that same innovation and reliability to your home or business. Need plumbing repairs or a new gas furnace, boiler, or water heater? Ask about utility loans up to $25,000 at 0% for 7 years and rebates up to $29.50. Call 609-641-6440 or visit jenkinsandsons.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The best time of the year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Blow the whistle. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. There's only one official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, and that's Chickies and Pete's. Ready for the big game? Go where the players go. Don't wait. Reserve your table right now for the big game for all of our locations at chickiesandpete's.com. The best in-game experience anywhere. Be the MVP of your big game with Chickie and Pete's to-go catering. The Eagles are in the big game. Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies meaty and tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. only at Chickies and Pete's.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Bash is on Radio Row. We are in the Big Easy, New Orleans, getting ready for Super Bowl 59. Mike Gill, Jeff Mosher, and we are joined right now. You have seen her work all over the place over the years, covering the NFL extensively. Right now, The Exhibit, theexhibitconcept.com, YouTube, all the social media. It's Josina Anderson is with us here, breaking down a couple things. I know we got the Inner Excellence book here. You had a little chat with A.J. Brown. We want to get your thoughts on that in just a little bit. But, man, it's good to see you here in the flesh.
You. I appreciate that. It's really an interesting experience, for me. Typically, I've been working for other networks and coming in here and just sitting down as a talent. But now kind of occupying the independent space and, announcing that in this kind of arena with your whole setup and, having to wear the business hat and the behind-the-scenes hat is a whole different experience.
So everybody has seen your work, CBS, ESPN. Tell everybody real quickly about The Exhibit and the Exhibit concept.
So I have a new show. It's called The Exhibit. I started about 3-4 months ago, so it's really, really new. The website is called www.theexhibitconcept.com. The YouTube channel is the same handle, The Exhibit Concept. And basically it's an interview platform show where I'm interviewing thought-provokers, center stagers, needle movers, people who obviously register headlines, but over time I would like to cover the spectrum and also cover everyday people and some of the issues that I feel like they're going through. I mean, a good example right now, you see Don Lemon, he left CNN, he's on the street just getting his interviews just of regular people too, so it's not just the glitz and glam. I do think over this country, over the next 4 years, a lot of things are going to be just happening to everyday people too, so I want to cover that aesthetic, but also do it with a signature kind of cinematic black and white aesthetic too. Everything I do has a style to it, so I want to eventually incorporate that as well and grow the platform.
Well, one of the things you did on the Exhibit platform is a little mini conversation with A.J. Brown. We would have everybody sign the Inner Excellence book, but you kind of talked to him about how he's kind of grown into his own space here.
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting because, A.J. Brown has been on my show before, and this year, naturally, I try to get him back on again. And at the beginning of the year, his people were, basically saying, A.J. is going to focus this year. He really doesn't want to do anything outside of what's mandated for the most part. And so, for the most part, he's maintained that, through the entire year. But the reason why I bring that up is because I felt like it set the tone for the frequency he was trying to tune to this year. And I, being an insider, I feel like I have a natural instinct and discernment about people. And when I'm around his energy, specifically opening night, I just felt like I said, were you doing that, and was your whole purpose in doing that because you don't feel like when you were in Tennessee, you didn't really realize everything about yourself? You still feel like you're trying to manifest yourself, even though you guys came to the Super Bowl, didn't, win the ring, you feel like you're still in that same space. So he got what I was trying to eventually get to. It took me a few questions to get there, but I do appreciate how thoughtful he is. He wears a lot of different moods. He wears a lot of different energies, but I think it's because he's really introspective about himself.
Yeah, real quick on that, because like a lot of people, they misunderstand him, that he's always angry or that he's always, he's had some episodes and he actually said to a reporter, like, why do you guys always think I'm angry?
Yeah.
Like, so does he have a awareness that people think that about him?
I just think he has a presence. He naturally occupies space. You naturally, feel him. Obviously, he uses that to his advantage when he's boxing out, defensive backs and things like that. I don't think necessarily, like he said, that he's always angry. I just think that he's always mindful of his process and, how he's occupying space, what's going right, what's going wrong. It's almost like an inner conversation that really is not about everybody else. So I think that's why he's saying he's not angry, because anger suggests that he's angry at someone else. I just think that he's having this internal conversation with himself, how he's showing up or not showing up day to day. That's what it feels like to me.
I think we use misunderstood a lot in sports, and maybe sometimes a little bit too generously, but I actually, from what I understand, his teammates love him, and he is a leader, and he is a big part of bringing people together, and I think that's the part, especially when the headlines are otherwise, that is probably the most misunderstood thing about him, is that in the locker room he is seen as a very galvanizing force, someone who brings people together and not divisive at all.
Well, and I feel like that's very analogous to OBJ and how sometimes people have taken him, especially over the beginning of his career when he started with the New York Jets. And it was the same thing. He comes across this way from Giants, thank you. And I've been talking about the Jets so much lately. But yeah, I just feel like, people would have this external perception of him and take him wrong. But inside the Giants locker room, he was, adored and appreciated. And I think one of the aspects that helps to cross that bridge is authenticity. Mm-hmm. When people feel like you're genuinely authentic, even if you're coming in moody, even if you are mercurial, but because you're authentic and you own that, I think people receive that differently than maybe what it looks like to people who don't know you like that.
Talking with Josina Anderson, and of course, her work. But right now, follow her at Josina Anderson on the X platform as well. TheExhibitConcept.com. A.J. Brown is one of the signature, members of the Philadelphia Eagles. But then you have a guy like Jalen Hurts. Very private, very hard to read. Do you get a read on what his teammates think of him, or how we evaluate who he is as an NFL player?
I mean, he's a statesman. He's the ultimate statesman. He's the ultimate team governor. He is carrying the tone by being, solemn within himself. But that's solemnity, however you say. You know what I'm trying to say. I think that it exudes respect, and he gets that in exchange. And so you don't have to be the rah-rah. What I love about Philadelphia's team, and I think Howie Roseman has done an excellent job about this, and I actually talk about this with other teams and people who don't get to cover all 32 teams, is he does a good job of weaving the fabric of different personalities. Especially when he had Kelsey and Fletcher Cox, you had the governor's role, like the OGs. Mm-hmm. I shouldn't say this, but like if you're in a jail, right? You got the guys that are minding the block. You're not crossing them. You know what I'm saying? Not that they're that, but you know what I'm trying to say.
They're in control.
Right. Then you got Big Play Slay. He's giving you personality. You got A.J. Brown giving you that alpha, personality. You got Jalen Hurts, who is just like, that calm senator or whatever. So all of those personalities really blend very well together.
And then how does Nick Sirianni pull them all together?
Because your coach, the head coach, has the chutzpah. He's fearless. He has that, bravado that I feel like is the ultimate glue of what you need in a blue-collar city, and just kind of that down-to-earth energy that's, around Philadelphia. I feel like he fits in with that perfectly, and he doesn't mind telling y'all from the press conference to a thing or two when he feels like he needs to. So, yeah.
One of the things, Jeff was a beat guy, so you were a guy who followed this team. On the outside, it seems like Philadelphia is a very interesting organization. They are thought to be very well run, yet it always seems like there's something going on.
Yeah.
You have your fingerprints on all 32. Yeah. Is Philadelphia a unique organization to you?
I definitely think from a press standpoint, you guys have the toughest press. outside of me being in there. But I feel like you guys have the toughest press, right? And that's a compliment because no matter what's going on, I love the fact that you guys don't kowtow, you know what I'm saying? And when you say you feel like there's always something going on is because I feel like the city has the demand on the team. I feel like the press and the people, don't put up with BS. They're going to tell you what it is, and that's a good thing. Now, it can go overboard. Like, when I went through my little period with the Philadelphia fan base where they didn't like me too much with the whole Carson Wentz thing for about 3 or 4 years. You see what I'm saying? And then I would clap back and say, you know what? You're cycling back that energy in the city, and the players absorb it. And that's the same thing I'm telling the Jets fan base now. You want to get over the hump, you got to feed back positivity to, you got to take it back a little bit. Everything doesn't have to be so acidic because you want the championship so bad and you cutting yourself. And the players get that too. So balance it. I mean, I'm not saying don't be y'all and don't be but bring it back a little bit sometimes. You know what I mean?
It's hard. I mean, the expectations, especially for that franchise, at least the Eagles, to your point, have generally put a winning product on the field and made their fans, 80% of the time pretty happy until the Super Bowl drought was long and that ended.
But I feel like y'all are cycling it more now because you're a little bit more in the pocket now that you've had it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? When the angst was there and you were constantly reaching it, with it, that frustration was out there in the hemisphere, and I feel like it's affecting the team, it's affecting the front office structure. So everybody's like, the whole ecosystem of the fan base and the team is like, y'all got to balance each other out, Tell the truth, but have grace too. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Grace will help settle things down.
Well, Josina Anderson, check out the exhibitconcept.com on all the socials. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. What are some of the fun things that you've enjoyed doing this week?
Oh, well, we just, got back from the halftime presser. Kendrick Lamar was just upstairs, and we just finished doing that. Last night I went to Shannon Sharp's lounge party. We've been on Radio Row. Obviously did opening night.
You got the NFL honors,
We got NFL honors tonight, getting ready to do Super Bowl. There are parties tonight, so we're going to have the full experience.
All right. Well, this is something. New Orleans, it's good to see you.
Yes,
Great
thank
to
you
have
for having me on. I really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Absolutely. Great to see you in the flesh here.
Yes.
Josina Anderson, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And that conversation was brought to you by South Jersey Gas. Conserve your online resource for saving energy and money at southjerseygas.com. We got so much more to go here on Radio Row in New Orleans. More Sports Bash coming up. And the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. As we get ready to close out our Radio Row show, we want to thank our sponsors, South Jersey Gas, Circle Hyundai, Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating and Air Conditioning, New Jersey Motorsports Park. Visit southjersey.com. And Bally Bet. They are our show sponsors for this Sports Bash. And the 5 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash is brought to you by GMS Law, South Jersey's leading personal injury and workers' compensation law firm. Online at gmslaw.com. And Dr. Lyle M. Back, Cosmetic Surgery Center in Cherry Hill. Call 856-MAKEOVER or visit ilovelyleback.com. So that's going to do it for us here tonight. Josh has game night coming up next. Marcus Smith, former Eagles first-round pick, will join him on the show. We've also got a great lineup tomorrow. Emmitt Smith will be on the Sports Bash, plus 2008 World Series champion Jason Wirth will be on the show tomorrow, as well as my favorite player growing up, Bernie Kosar, will be on the Sports Bash, and more. That's all tomorrow. This has been the Sports Bash live from Radio Row in New Orleans. Signing off.